Hey, good afternoon, everyone. It's good to be here in the Budget Finance Conference Room in Winter Rock, Arizona. Welcome to everyone joining us online and also here in the audience. I know today we have many of our staff traveling all across the nation, but we appreciate that we have a forum today of the committee and also the law and order committee members here to listen to recommendations of the law and order committee on some of the budgets that were actually, some of the budgets that were passed in the law and order committee. So thank you all again for your time today. We're excited to begin and continue our discussion on the FY 2025 comprehensive budget. So we have an agenda that was posted for 1 p.m. on January 14, 2025. So let's call this meeting to order at 1:17 p.m. Mr. Tommy, could you assist the committee with the official roll call?
Good morning, Madam. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. This is roll call for the Budget and Finance Committee of the 25th Nominations Council. Special meeting for the comprehensive budget for January 14, 2025 at 1 p.m. Roll call. Honorable Shantine Parrish.
Present.
Honorable Shantine Parrish is present. Honorable Paul R. Slater. Excuse. Honorable Norman M. Gay. Honorable Amber Tisla Karate.
Yeah, from here.
Honorable Tisla Karate is present. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie.
Come here.
Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie is present. Honorable Lester C. Yazzie.
Good afternoon, no present.
Honorable Lester C. Yazzie is present. Madam Chair, you have 4 members present, which constitute a quorum for this special meeting for the comprehensive budget.
Thank you, Mr. Toppy, and for the record, this is a special meeting, and we have been advised by our Office of Legislative Counsel to proceed under the committee rules. So we have an agenda posted today. We're excited to be here. We do have a quorum. And we also, I want to recognize the council delegates that are here in the room as well. We have council delegates in our so did you know being here? Also, we have Chairwoman Gina Charles Whitman here. Thank you, Chair Gina Charles Whitman. And Mr. Toppy, do we have any other council delegates on the call? Okay, hearing none at this time, we do have the Rose and the back here. This budget low. We are working on our pronunciation at each and every budget finance conference or committee meeting. Welcome, Mr. Dalton. And Mr. Thomas.
I don't know.
None. Does anyone from the office of the controller on the call?
But it's just sorry. Budget and
Mr. Willie?
so we can get.
Oh, okay, well, we,
No, it's something wrong.
we let Mr. Rhodes. DOJ is on the call. Okay, and then did you just notify the office of the controller? Okay, this time, we're going to proceed with our invitations. Lester, did you, or how was it the invitations for those items?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't go on wishing honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee, visiting delegates, having the Chicago should connect from the funding welcome to Budget and Finance. Say Lester Yazzie, for those that don't know me, Chief, so Chief, he only does negotiate the state, so I'm the delegate that's representing District 3. President Alcohol, let's actually say that co-op streams and then also mid-later. Pushing that season, she had all now kind of video nights, it was a long time that she had to think of it. For sure, there's one I was forming within that window. Additionally, I will give you that coaching, that's exactly that. Season and which is the way I thought they can get you have to do the money, yeah, it was anything that we keep in there, actually, the run that was if they are the I can only one for facing my large need to the art of the home and then watching from base to it and get a show of one thing to the value so she had reached to that there's only the beginning of the home although my maturity for outside not only any government commission capable the community division of the management that or make it in the information they in a lot of the half of the hour was not in the past in the one was probably which or I think we should be higher the person the parts of the not only the state sharing the vision was skill or the vision was skill, vision was skill, vision was
Thank you, Delegate Lester Ghazi, for the prayer today to begin our budget and finance special budget meeting and hear the recommendations of the oversight committee. The budget and finance committee, we had multiple distinguished members here in the audience, and I'm sure they will take the time to introduce themselves when they come up for the legislation, but we have various members from the Office of Management and Budget. We also have the Division of Public Safety, we have Chief Noon, also we have Mr. Henderson, with the criminal investigators, and we have I think he's Deputy Director of Public Safety. Oh, Deputy Director, okay, Public Safety. Of Public Safety, I didn't know you moved up, so welcome, congratulations. Members of the committee, are there any other recognitions for you?
Dominic Bial.
Mr. Dominic, the distinguished Dominic Bial is here as well. Members of the committee, are there anyone else who'd like to recognize? Okay, let's continue on with the agenda. We'll review and adopt the agenda. Mr. Todd, could you read the proposed agenda to the record?
Madam Chairman of the Budget and Finance Committee, the proposed agenda reads as follows. Budget and Finance Committee, the 25th Nominations Council Special Meeting Comprehensive Budget, January 14th, 2025, 1 p.m., January 15th through the 24th, 2025 at 9:30 a.m. Presiding Honorable Shimon Parish, Chairperson Honorable Paul R. Slater, Vice Chairperson, location Budget and Finance Committee Conference Room, Windsor Rock, Arizona. 1, call meeting to order, roll call invocation. 2, recognize the guests and visiting official. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, old business. A, legislation number 0182-24, an act relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee and the Budget and Finance Committee, recommending and approving the fiscal year 2025 budget for the Navajo Nation Division of Human Resource and Related Matters to be included in the Navajo Nation's FY 2025 comprehensive budget. 5, new business. A, legislation number 0173-24, an action relating to law and order of the Budget and Finance Committee, recommending and approving the fiscal year 2025 budget for the Navajo Nation's Ethics and Rules Office and related matters to be included in the Navajo Nation's FY 2025 comprehensive budget. B, legislation number 0176-24, an action relating to the Law and Order Committee of the Budget and Finance Committee, recommending and approving the fiscal year 2025 budget for the Navajo Nation Labor Commission and related matters to be included in the Navajo Nation's FY 2025 comprehensive budget. C, legislation number 0177-24, an action relating to Law and Order Committee and the Budget and Finance Committee, recommending and approving the fiscal year 2025 budget for the Navajo Nation's Office of Hearing and Appeals and related matters to be included in the Navajo Nation's FY 2025 comprehensive budget. D, legislation number 0174-24, an action relating to the Law and Order Committee and the Budget and Finance Committee, recommending and approving a fiscal year 2025 budget for the Navajo Nation Department of Justice and related matters to be included in the Navajo Nation's FY 2025 comprehensive budget. E, legislation number 0175-24, an action relating to Law and Order Committee and the Budget and Finance Committee, recommending and approving the fiscal year 2025 budget for the Navajo Nation's Office of Public Defender and related matters to be included in the Navajo Nation's FY 2025 comprehensive budget. F, legislation number 0183-24, an action relating to the Law and Order Committee and the Budget Finance Committee, recommending and approving the fiscal year 2025 budget for the Division of Public Safety and related matters to be included in the Navajo Nation's FY 2025 comprehensive budget. G, legislation number 0164-24, an action relating to the Resources Development Committee and the Budget Finance Committee, recommending and approving the fiscal year 2025 budget for the Navajo Nation Union Regulatory Office and related matters to be included in the Navajo Nation's FY 2025 comprehensive budget. Will be ready for action after January 13th, 2025. H, legislation number 0165-24, an action relating to the Resource Development Committee, the Budget and Finance Committee, recommending and approving the fiscal year 2025 budget for the Navajo Nation Division of Natural Resources and related matters to be included in the Navajo Nation's FY 2025 comprehensive budget. Will be ready for action after January 13, 2025, I legislation number 0166-24, and action relating to the Research and Development Committee, and the Budget and Finance Committee recommending and approving the fiscal year 2025 budget from Navigation Division of Transportation and related matters to be included in the Navigation FY 2025 comprehensive budget. Will be ready for action after January 13, 2025. J legislation number 0167-24, and action relating to the Research and Development Committee, and the Budget and Finance Committee recommending and approving the fiscal year 2025 budget for the Division of Community Development and related matters to be included in the Navigation's FY 2025 comprehensive budget. Will be ready for action after January 13, 2025. K legislation number 0168-24, and action relating to the Resource and Development Committee, the Budget Finance Committee recommending and approving the fiscal year 2025 budget for the Navajo Nation Division of Economic Development and related matters to be included in the Navajo Nation's FY 2025 comprehensive budget. Will be ready for action after January 13, 2025. L legislation number 0184-24, and action relating to the Resource and Development Committee, the Budget Finance Committee, and approving the fiscal year 2025 budget for the Navajo Nation Environmental Protection Agency and related matters to be included in the Navajo Nation's FY 2025 comprehensive budget. Will be ready for action after January 13, 2025. M, a report from Navajo Nation Water Rights Commission on the Comprehensive Fund Management Plan for the Water Rights Claim Fund Executive Session. In legislation number 0179-24, and action relating to Nominate Committee and the Budget Finance Committee recommending and approving the fiscal year 2025 budget for the Navajo Nation executive offices and related matters to be included into the Navajo Nation's FY 2025 comprehensive budget. Will be ready for action after January 17, 2025. O, legislation number 0192-24, and action relating to the Nominate Committee and the Budget Finance Committee recommending and approving the fiscal year 2025 budget for the Navajo Nation legislative branch and related matters to be included in the Navajo Nation's FY 2025 comprehensive budget. Will be ready for action after January 17, 2025. 6, close the meeting, announcements and adjournment. Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, that is the proposed agenda read into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Tony, for reading the proposed agenda. Members of the committee, is there a motion to adopt the agenda? Motion by Council Delegate Sharon Yazzie. Do we have a second to the motion? We have Delegate Lester Yazzie for the second on the motion. Mr. Tony, do you have any recommendations for additional legislation that need to be added to the agenda?
The Madam Chairman of the Budget and Finance Committee, there is no recommendations to add any legislations to the agenda. However, I recommend that we move old business to number 5 and move new business up to number 4.
Thank you, Mr. Tony. We'll recognize Julie and Ms. McCarthy.
With that, Shadeja, appreciate it. Thank you, Sharon, for reading the agenda to the record and Chanel here for providing the prayer. Shea Kia Ani Neshlet or White people Luscious Chini, ST Bessichi, the Irish people, the Chanel, Shea Amber, Kinas Wakari, Yanisha, Tohat Soy, bad, not shot. So I come from the other side of the mountain. I represent Sheep Springs, Tigray Hills, Tolina, Zamaski, Red Valley, Cole, Abiaki, and Big Solitude. It's one of the larger legislative districts on the Navajo Nation. And on the Budget and Finance Committee, I represent Northern Agency. So thank you for all of our presenters. It's good to see our OMB staff. And as we resume this special meeting, Chair Shadeja, I was asked with the recommendation of our advisor, if I could make the first amendment to move 4 old business to the new 5 new business, and then add new business as our new number 4. Chair, that's my motion. Thank you.
Again, thank you, Jerome and Representative McCarthy, members of the committee. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Council Delegate Sharon Yazzie. Members of the committee, are there any questions to amendment number 1? Hearing none at this time, we'll go to a roll call vote. Delegate Sharon Yazzie, have you voted? Screen. Delegate Sharon Yazzie, no screen. Chairman and Representative McCarthy,
Shadeja, will agree. Thank you.
I can't shut it. Chairman and Representative McCarthy, vote screen. Council Delegate Lester Yazzie. Council Delegate Lester Yazzie, vote screen on amendment number 1. We have 3 in favor and 7 not voting. Vice Chair excused and actually we'll use Delegate Norman Gates. So 2 members excused. The motion carries. Members of the committee, are there any other amendments to the agenda? Okay, hearing none, Mr. Dye, can you do bring second reading of the agenda?
Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, this is a brief, second reading of the Budget and Finance Committee, the Committee Nominations Council special meeting for the comprehensive budget. One call meeting to order, roll call invocation, two recognizing guests and the official, three review and adopt the agenda. Four new business with legislations A through O. Number 5, old business legislation number 0182-24, 6, close the meeting announcements and adjournment. Madam Chair, of the Budget and Finance Committee, that's the second reading of the agenda read to the record.
Thank you, Mr. Taki. With that, we'll go to a final roll call vote. Mr. Taki, could you assist the committee with the final roll call vote on the agenda?
Madam Chair, of the Budget and Finance Committee, this is a roll call vote for review and adopt the agenda. Honorable Norma Everday, how do you vote? Excuse Honorable Amber Kisler Friday, how do you vote? Honorable Kisler Friday votes green. Honorable Flora Ossager, how do you vote? Excuse Honorable Cheryl Yazzie, how do you vote? Green. Honorable Cheryl Yazzie votes green. Honorable Lester Yazzie, how do you vote?
I will bring.
Honorable Lester Yazzie votes green. Madam Chair, that is 3 in favor, 2 excused, and Madam Chair not voting.
Thank you, Mr. Taki. I think the members of the committee do have an agenda for us. We will go to the first item on our approved agenda, that is legislation 17324. This is final authority at the Budget and Finance Committee. Mr. Taki, could you do a reading of the title? Or have the legislation read into the record. 17324.
Okay. Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, this legislation has been running the record per title for Rule 9 report electronic reporting voice on this legislation for tracking number 0173-24. This legislation was read into the record today with the amendments included, which if the committee would like to, I would read again. But Madam Chair, that's the legislation on the record.
Thank you, Mr. Taki, and for the committee, have you read all of, which legislation have you read it electronically? Just the first one, okay, members of the committee, do we have any motion to consider the legislation? Motion by Chairman and Professor Crowdy, do you have a second to the motion? Second by Delegate Lester. With that, we will go into, members of the committee, would you like a presentation from the Office of Management and Budget before we get into presentation on the legislation?
I just have a question on the microphone. What did you read on that?
Nothing.
Because it's a directive to budget and finance.
Okay, we'll go to Mr. Thompson for amendment 1.
From non-order.
Yes, the law order, please.
Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, this legislation was running to the record, including the amendments from the Law and Order Committee. Per Amber Kisner recommendation, the Law and Order Committee, the 25th Nomination Council, second year 2024 committee report that we passed with 3 amendments. Amendment number 1 reads as follows: 1, insert the following recommendations in the Law and Order Committee report. Law and Order Committee recommends that the Budget and Finance Committee to direct the Office of Management Budget to update the budget status report on all programs that are under the oversight of the Law and Order Committee before OMB presents its report to the Nominating Committee on the Comprehensive Budget. Amendment number 2, 1, amend Exhibit D to add the following legislative concern regarding Business Unit 10-10-20 program title being the Ethics and Rules Office. The legislative concern about Ethics and Rules Officer shall be directed to provide a report to the Law and Order Committee and the potential amendments to its plan of operation by the end of the 3rd quarter of fiscal year 2025, to renumber, relating to city paragraph sections and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Service and the Office of Legislative Counsel are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and exhibits, including any needed adjustments to the dollar amount listed, and to implement the council's intent to approve this legislation as amended. This amendment supersedes inconsistent wording in any other committee or council member, which wording shall be conformed to this amendment. Amendment number 3. 1, replace Exhibit B with a new Exhibit B to reflect the Oversight Committee's recommended FY 2025 general fund budget as the same dollar amount as a branch chief's proposed FY 2024 general fund budget, which is $601,394. 2, the Law and Order Committee directs the Ethics and Rules Office to provide an update Exhibit B to the Law and Order Committee legislative advisory by the end of today, August 5th, 2024. renumber, re-letter existing paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Service and the Office of Legislative Counsel are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and exhibit, and including needed adjustments to the dollar amount listed to implement the council's intent in approving the legislation as amendment. This amendment supersedes inconsistent wording in any other committee or council amendment, which wording should be conformed to this amendment. Madam Chair, members of Budget and Finance Committee, that is legislation 0173-24 amendment read into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chappie. I was actually asking to get some background on amendment number one, but, I think just laying it out and outlining it was sufficient. So I'll go back to the committee. We do have a question on amendment number one. Members of the committee, are there any other specific questions for the Office of Management and Budget? Do you all desire a presentation before we get into the legislation?
I don't have O and D and.
Does the Office of Management and Budget, did you all pass out a report from the committee? Okay, thank you. Okay, so while I'm being passed out, Chairwoman. Let's see,
I think I verified if it was, if O and D updated their budget status.
okay, I'll turn the floor over to Chairwoman Erin as we're ready to state her question.
Well, if you have anything to major, so I just looked at the law and order, well, that's what we do, we look at the amendments from the committee. And so, I just wanna make sure, Mr. Bial, who we need, does the Budget and Finance Committee either provide a directive to Office of Management and Budget? Or is the committee getting the updated budget status report, for all programs that are under the oversight of Law and Order Committee? That would be my question, Mr. Beecher, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We will check with the Office of Management and Budget. We also get a microphone designated and chair designated for the Office of Management and Budget up here. Like the presenters table. Just because throughout our budget hearings, they're gonna be answering a lot of questions. Mr. Bial or Mr. Nen, or let's see. Ms. Nanette, do you want to answer the question? Or do you have Mr. Bial?
Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, everybody in the audience. We were apprised by from the Budget and Finance Committee, more specifically, the chairperson, Ms. Parrish. On Wednesday and Thursday of last week, that the budget process was gonna start again. As we all remember, it came to a standstill in August of last year. So with the instruction, as we understood it from last week, the budget process would start from that point again. So up to then, OMB had all of our reports ready, done, and available for that particular purpose. And because we didn't know until the middle of last week that you're going to start again. Some of the committees yesterday. And then here we are at BNF now. So the reports that we have that were just handed out are as of the prior August, when things again came to a standstill. So we didn't have time to make any further adjustments to it to today. But much of the report remains the same obviously, maybe the main thing is gonna be the expenditures. Because the expenditures were up to. Was it the third quarter? The third quarter of fiscal year 24. That is the main difference. And Ms. Ms. Francisco from my office tells me that the LOC, Law and Order Committee, yesterday, when they requested that particular amendment for OMB to update some of the information, is that would be made available for the NABI committee, which is still upcoming a couple of weeks away or so.
That's what that means.
Okay, and we don't have copies of that legislation or the amendments. Or if there's a committee report, like is typically done. So I point that out because it's a little bit of a rush now. Since we're starting over.
I'm sure what you need from us and we'll pursue the directive. But, I mean, it was a directive in August and we're in January. And these resolutions are on there. And this committee report was signed August 5th, 2024. And exhibit forms were. The exhibits were updated. Maybe you could just, Sarah could just ask her, tell me what the committee wanted with this amendment.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Member President, thank you, Mr. Vial. I'll go turn the floor over to Chairwoman Eugene Strauss.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to hold this. Thank you for the. There we go. Thank you for the question and then for bringing that to the BNF's attention. Delegate Crotty and then Chair Parrish. So we had requested for updated OMB reports. What from my recollection, we get the OMB reports prior to or when we are passing the budget. At that time, there was all of that, a hiatus of what was going to happen. So the reason why we passed that is to ask that OMB be prepared to provide an updated report. And we didn't know when the budget hearing was going to be or whether we needed, we needed anything updated. And so that was the purpose, was just that they would be prepared so that they could provide an updated OMB report. It looks like this one does state August 5th through the 9th, 2024. As was stated, this directive did pass and it was signed and dated on August 5th, 2024. So that was several months away. What we didn't want at the committee was for you guys, the Budget and Finance, to hold this report to the divisions and departments that came before you guys without it being updated. Specifically, the amounts that I guess the encumbered amounts or the amounts that have been spent, because those numbers were changing as it was being presented to us at Law and Order Committee, which is why we were asking for an updated OMB report. So that was the purpose of putting that directive in there and letting them know that when the time came and it came to Budget and Finance, that their reports be updated to reflect what was being reported to us at Law and Order Committee.
Thank you, Chair Junior Charles, maybe this is the recommendation from the Law and Order Committee to direct Office of Management and Budget. We do have a motion and a second on the legislation right now, and the verification, Ms. Lowell, a directive of the committee would be outside of the legislation, is that correct? No. Chair, or, Kristen?
Thank you, Chair. In this instance, yes, that's correct. There are some times, where you'll see in, legislation, for example, a UUFD legislation might have a directive section or some, cumbersome, intense, in-depth legislations might have a directive section directing the executive branch to take some action, but in the ordinary course, the, Title II, and I'm sorry, I don't remember the exact section off the top of my head. It does say that directives to executive branch departments be in writing within 3 days of the directive being approved at the standing committee, and that it go to the division director and then also to OPVP. And I can look up that section right now, Chair.
Will be the full supervisor.
Can I,
Chair Junior Charles Newman, and then while Chair Junior Charles Newman has a report, if you have OLS and OLC staff verify with the advisor of the Law and Order Committee that recommendation for directive was created. Chair Junior Charles Newman.
thank you. So I just want to clarify that this is a recommendation made to Budget and Finance. It's not a directive to OMB. It's just asking Budget and Finance. We are recommending to Budget and Finance to direct OMB to provide the most updated report, because we didn't get the updated report. And that was the whole purpose. And so it's just a recommendation to Budget and Finance. And that we were advised at that time by Loya Henderson, who was with Office of Legislative Counsel, who did state that we can, as a committee, make recommendations to each other as committees, but we can't overstep by, passing like directives over divisions or departments that we don't have oversight for. So I just want to make it clear, Chair Parrish, that this is a recommendation to BNF. And just, because you guys have the power to direct OMB to provide an updated report, and that's all we were asking. Is, again, it's just a recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to make sure with our administrative offices that I want to verify that there was creation of this recommendation for BNF to consider. If that hasn't been done, I just want to make sure that we're adhering to the amendments of the committee. So, Mr. Tyler, did you verify that there was discussion on that? And on the rest of
Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, I'm in communication with my counterpartner, Ms. Spencer, regarding the recommendation from Law and Order Committee on Legislation 0173 on that directive. I am currently waiting for her response on this recommendation for Budget and Finance to issue the directive to Office of Management and Budget.
Thank you, Mr. Taki. Chair and Representative Crown, do you have any follow-up questions?
So it hasn't been, and it's up to budget. And they want us in this case. So do you want me to do that in the technology staff to get ready? Because I don't have to do it with this direction. Just ask how long will it take to develop that directive, and then whenever it's ready, I can amend it to however we want to do the directive.
Thank you. After conferring with the committee, Office of Legislative Counsel, could we, I guess at this time, could the committee's requesting that language be prepared for all budget legislation as directed to the Office of Management and Budget to update their reports for all budget legislation reports to be updated for Q1 of FY 25. So that's December of this past, essentially it's December 31st, 2024. So these quarter reports are up to the Q3 of FY 24. So, just language for the committee to consider a directive to the office manager and budget to update the reports. Ms. Lowell?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I think the better practice would be to not put in legislation that put a directive in writing. And I can work with Mr. Topping and with OMB to get the directive before the budget and finance committee, so that we go through both. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen, thank you, Ms. Lowell. Right now, while Office of Legislative Counsel and Office of Legislative Services work together, that may be a directive considered outside of this legislation. So, for those that are listening, we'll continue on our business, which is legislation number 17324, so to get back on our agenda. Members of the committee, would you all like to hear the updated report, or sorry, not the updated report, the last report from the Office of Management Budget before we get into the legislation? Does anyone have questions on the report that you have in front of you? It's not updated, but this is for 3 quarters of last year. So you all want a presentation of Office of Management Budget? Okay, hearing that we do. Ms. Francisco, or, which budget officer is assigned to this legislation? Okay, Ms. Francisco, could you give an overview of what you currently have in front of the committee? This report. This one here? Actually, do we have, pull up a chair for Ms. Francisco? For the Office of Management Budget?
Should need one of these?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead and get there.
Okay, at this time, we will hand the floor, we'll turn the floor over to the Office of Management and Budget to give an overview of the report.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, I'll be reading the report for, are we read on executive office or,
One is ethics and rules.
ethics and rules? Okay, the report I have has 4 programs, but I'll read the ethics and rules office. You have your table of contents, you have item A, B, C, D, E. A is your fund type summary for FY 25. So for FY 25, this is unit 10-10-20 ethics and rules. In FY 24, they had 611,926. For FY 25, their general fund amount is 601,394. Indirect cost is 202,791, giving you a total of 804,185. Going on to B, you have your Q3 budget status report. For business unit 10-10-20, ethics and rules, the original budget is 669,706. The revised is 792,534.71. Their actual is $340,047.93. Your encumbrance is 46,945.71. Your budget available is 405,541.07. Your expenditure as of the Q3 is 48.83. Going on to C, your performance assessment report for the quarter. For business unit 10-10-20, ethics and rules, the Q1 average is 5, Q2 is 5, Q3 is 5. Going on to the plan of operation status report. This unit 10-10-20 ethics and rules. Their plan of operation is up to date as of 2013. Going on to E. Condition of appropriations. Office of Ethics and Rules, for the Q1, there was no response and non-compliance for LOC number 1. And The next page. Is for the public defender. And I think that's all that pertains to ethics and rules. That completes the report.
Thank you, Ms. Francisco. Members of the committee, does anyone have any questions for the Office of Management Budget? On the page labeled FY 2024 legislative concerns, again, the legislation passed out of the law and order committee, but Chair Chief, is there any updates to the progress of the reports that you all assigned legislative concerns to? Did you all receive those reports? The Office of Ethics and People's Service should present written and verbal report regarding the task of the Law and Order Committee and the TSA Committee by the end of the first quarter for FY 2024.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just hold it down. That way you can keep it on that side. Chair, we have met with ethics. We've had several meetings with them regarding the issues in the office. In terms of the tasks that they needed to complete, they are currently working on updating their policies and procedures. We did have a work session on that with ethics. And then we also did get a report from them. And then we are currently working on updating their policies and the procedures. And then they've identified a few of the laws that currently are on the books that need to be amended. And we are currently working with them on that. So yes.
Thank you, Jerry Charleston. I know the policy section of the Office of Management Budget will with those updates for but while we don't have that information yet, we just want to verify the law and order committee. Members of the committee, does anyone else have any questions from the Office of Management Budget? Hearing none at this time, committee members, we will go to the legislation sponsor to give us an overview of 17324 and also the recommendations for the law and order committee. Chair Charleston, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just gonna say that this is a very straightforward legislation. Right now, the Ethics and Rules Office is, and at the very beginning, they abided by the BNF amount from the get-go. They don't have any unmet needs. They're only asking for general funds amount of $601,394. And then their indirect costs of $202,791 at a total of $804,185. They don't have any new positions that they've added on. They just need to fill the current vacant positions. And as I stated, Chair, they are working with the Law and Order Committee to update their policies and procedures and then the laws regarding ethics and rules. But I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to my agent at this time who can explain his budget. Thank you, Chair Parrish.
Good afternoon. Budget and Finance Committee members, and everybody in attendance here. Yes, this is a straightforward budget. We were gonna be working with what was given up to us in our general fund for the $601,394. We were fortunate to get indirect costs of a large amount that will fulfill our needs to prepare our building that we're currently in. And we are, since this is an election year for our chapter officials, we do have scheduled, many presentations, for, our new incoming elected officials. I'm sorry, let me start by, introducing myself. My name is Lunel Harrison. With the Ethics and Rules Office a little over 25 years now. 3.5 of those years been was the interim executive director. She said not Junior, she wanna not kai dene, but she said not business. So with what we have here and what we were given as our general fund and indirect costs, this will be sufficient with our office to proceed with hopefully amending, working with our law and order committee. I know we were actually given a directive by June to give some progress in those amendments, so I did contract some attorneys. We have a contracted attorney that works with our office presently to amend and update some of these sections of the laws under the ethics rules in government law and also our plan of operations. Thank you. I stand for question.
Thank you. I don't know, did we, I don't know, did you introduce yourself as a record? Yes, okay. Not clear, but I don't think it's about it. Members, thank you, Jerry Pinchot, and thank you for the presentation on the legislation. Members of the committee, does anyone have any questions on the proposed budget? Delegate Jerry Gowdy.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Everybody safe and well out there. Thank you for coming to our budget and finance committee. I do have a question on, I want to go back to this report with the levy office. I wanted to ask on the expenditures. I know in the target level, it does say that like the quarter, you know, we should be at the 75% expenditure rate, and ethics and rules at 48%. But you're saying you're not going to hire anybody else for your office, you're gonna be okay for the new fiscal year. That would be rich.
Thank you, Council Delegate Sharon. I feel I'll turn the floor back over to Chair and our agent to go over some of the vacancies and the updates on where those personnel positions are.
Thank you, Chair Parrish. I'm gonna go ahead and I know that there's 3 vacancies currently at this time. I know at Law and Order Committee, it has been brought to our attention that one of the issues that this particular office is facing are the requirements that are in place right now for one of the positions. It is a high requirement with a very low pay. And we were working with Dana during the 24th Navajo Nation Council to amend that so that the Director of Ethics and Rules, that position could be filled. Right now it is being, I guess, in acting capacity, it is filled. The other 2 positions right now, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to my agent who would be best to answer those questions.
Yes, thanks, Delegate Yazzie. Yeah. Yes, so we do have 3 vacant positions with our office, the executive director, our presenting officer, and our 1 investigator position. The investigator position, I've had many inquiries about that position, but with DPM, we've been, they still haven't cleared the PAF, so we can advertise that position, so I think we will fill that position fairly quickly. We do have a contracted attorney, for some reason, he invoices us twice a year. So this reflects on last year's, when he submitted his invoice and we paid him out on that last invoice. So it'll reflect on the new percentage of expenditures by our office. And also we of course, paid out all of our year-end responsibilities also, so we see this kind of a reflection of our percentage of expenditures will reflect positively, minus the positions that haven't been filled yet. Thank you.
And Ms. Francisco, for additional information to Cheryl Dobbs' question, do you have a ratio of how much of their original budget is operating to personnel?
I don't have that information with me.
Okay, thank you. And then Delegate Cheryl, I think that might be helpful in the future to consider how much of the proposed budget is spent in personnel versus how much they're spending in operating. So when the committee considers a directive, we could also potentially consider that language, to be a part of the report. We could also ask the office of the controller as well. But as you see, do you have any additional comments or questions?
I guess my question would be, are those gonna be something that can be included in these kinds of reports here? Or would it be something separate?
They could be.
Okay, and yeah, I think that would be good to see, just because I know we do have lots of vacancies just across the road and. It'd just be good to see where, maybe, what areas specifically that you would need help. And especially in the future, where we'll be considering like admin needs, where we need to be having all these funds, staff needs, operations, that would be helpful. Thank you. Those are all the questions.
Thank you, Delegate Shelley. Yes, those are great questions. Those are questions that the committee is always asking, and that would be good. I think the committee would consider a directive just so that the office manager budget has more detail with what else we're looking for. So I appreciate that. Members of the committee, are there any further questions on legislation 17324? You have more questions on Delegate Shelley? Okay. Sounds good. Last call for questions on legislation 17324. Okay, hearing no further questions on legislation 17324. Mr. Taki, we will go to a roll call vote on legislation 17324 to take the recommendation from the long term committee. I'll go to a roll call vote. Before we go to roll call vote, to try to get clarification, we're going to vote.
Madam Chair, members of the Budget Finance Committee, before you do the roll call vote, there was a question on the directive. I would recommend that you take the vote on this directive, as it's going to update all the required information that this committee is recommending to the Office of Management and Budget. So that it'll be available prior to the delegate meeting on Friday, January 17th, 2025 at 9:30 a.m. Then we'll do the roll call vote on the legislation.
So, Mr. Tati, are you recommending to make a directive on the legislation, for every legislation that we consider, or the directive after the legislation is considered? So we can take a roll call vote on this legislation first and then go to the directive. Yes. Okay, because I was going to roll call vote directly on this legislation.
Yes.
Okay, got it. Now we're on the same page. Okay, so we go to roll call vote on final call for questions on legislation 17324. Hearing none, we'll do a roll call vote on legislation 17324. This committee the Budget and Finance Committee did not offer any amendments. Delegate Shelley, how do you vote? Delegate Shelley, how do you vote? Green. Chairwoman Aaron Professor Cardi, how do you vote? To be careful, green. Chairwoman Aaron Professor Cardi votes green. Delegate Lester, how do you vote? Delegate Lester, how do you vote green? That's 3 members in favor, 2 members excused, myself not voting. The legislation carries. So the motion carries on the legislation. Thank you to the rules for being here, and presenting your budget. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next legislation before the Budget and Finance Committee is legislation 17624. Mr. Toffee, excuse me, sorry, could you read the title into the record and also the any reactions along with it? Okay.
And they're not present.
Labor Commission, did we notify Mr. Manuel Rico that the Labor Commission office is not present? And also, is the office of your filters? No. It is we do have the division of public safety here. Is the office of public defender?
Oh, public defender will need to be the first.
Okay. Chair, Emerson Socratic, what is your recommendation for the firms?
Oh, I'm sorry, so, did you say? So nobody's here from the Labor Commission?
Well, I asked if Mr. Tommy could notify Manuel Rico about all the legislative programs that are not here. So that they can come to their committee or to the sponsors here. I just, the only program I do see is the public safety.
Is their budget ready?
Is, you have the budget ready for public safety? We do have the budget ready for public safety.
Okay, so, I just need because we accepted the agenda. How do you want me to suspend the 4 rules and go to that legislation?
We can. I'm gonna go to Mr. Howard for recommendations.
Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, since the sponsors aren't here, we can defer them just by keep going down the agenda without suspending the 4 rules. The only way we would suspend the 4 rules is if one of the other committees is ready and none of them are ready for today, then we can move them all the way to the very front. But currently, we have, Madam Chair Charles Wood present for all the legislation regarding law and order committees. And we have the budget binder, which is currently under review by, Ms. Spencer for legislation number 0183-24. So this is
Present
ready for
For
presentation.
DPS?
No, for all of them.
I can.
Does anyone have any? The Labor Commission.
Just look at the agenda and then look at the ones where you need the program here. Some questions about like their budget, is there any? Big ones.
So we don't have the budget binder. For the programs that are not here, then so we'll find it.
Oh, so that's gonna show. So the budget, see, So.
That was the provision that it says.
This one put the agenda. The budget. The process right here. I just worry that. That's.
But no, but we gotta wait, we'll wait for the budget.
Yeah.
We don't have the binder.
As long as we're in the binders.
We could just do DPS since they're here. And if you have to call us back on Friday, we can, I guess I can come back on Friday.
Yeah. But I'll do calls, I'll do first call, I just call on the board. And then we'll do to. The DPS, so we'll go to them, and then at this point, chair with OSC legislation and rapidly, we can then consider one another to see how we do. Okay, thank you, everyone for your patience. We're going to Chair Junior Charles Newman, here's what we'll do. Chair, I'll do a call for the program for the legislation, and if you don't respond, then we'll move forward with the next legislation on the agenda, and then, once we get to a program that responds, then we'll proceed with that legislation. And Mr. Toppy will notify the programs once more that they are on the Budget and Finance Committee agenda, and then we'll continue to proceed. Thank you, Chair Junior Charles. So members, We are now on, legislation 17624, an action relating to the law and order committee, the budget and finance committee recommending and approving the fiscal year 2025 budget for the Navajo Nation Labor Commission's office. Do we have the name of the Navajo Nation Labor Commission present in the budget and finance conference room? Second call for the Navajo Nation Labor Commission. I did not hear a response for the record. We'll proceed on to the next item on our agenda. Legislation 017724, an action relating to law and order committee, the budget and finance committee recommending and approving the fiscal year 2025 budget for the Navajo Nation Office of Hearings and Appeals. Is the Navajo Nation Office of Hearings and Appeals present in the budget and finance conference room? Second call for the Office of Hearings and Appeals. I did not hear a response to the first and second call for the Navigation Office of Hearings and Appeals. We will move on to legislation 17424, an action relating the Law and Order Committee and the Budget and Finance Committee recommending and approving the fiscal year 2025 budget for the Navigation Department of Justice. Is the Navigation Department of Justice present? Second call for the Navigation Department of Justice.
Madam Chair, this is Mel.
Mr. Melrose.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I just wanted to report to you that Acting Deputy AG Chris Beecher is on his way to Window Rock from Tuba City at this time. And will be prepared to present, but obviously he's not there yet. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Melrose, for responding. We will go back to the Department of Justice, legislation from the Law and Order Committee, and we expect, Mr. Teacher's attendance. The presenter is not present here in the Budget and Finance Conference Room for legislation 17424. I will continue with legislation 017524. Is the Office of the Public Defender present? There's no, okay, not today. They will work with the sponsor on the Office of Public Defender. We'll proceed on to legislation 18324. An action relating the Law and Order Committee and the Budget and Finance Committee recommending and approving the fiscal year 2025 budget for the Division of Public Safety. We do have a Deputy Division Director present here in the Budget and Finance Conference Room. Mr. Johnson, could you read the title to the record and any committee action from the Law and Order Committee? No, just the
title three, that's fine.
Oh, you haven't read it yet?
No.
Okay, legislation 18324 has not been read into the record yet, so I'll turn the floor over to Mr. Tommy to read the legislation into the record.
Madam Chairman, of the Budget and Finance Committee, we have legislation summary sheet for tracking number 0183-24 dated July 18, 2024. Kind of the resolution action relating to Law and Order Committee and the Budget and Finance Committee recommending the approval of the fiscal year 2025 budget for the Division of Public Safety and related matters to be included in the nominations FY 2025 comprehensive budget. This resolution of approval will approve and recommend to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2025 budget to the Navajo Nation Division of Public Safety. Budget and Finance Committee has final authority for this legislation will be read into the record in its entirety. The sponsor of this legislation is Honorable Eugene Charles Gibbons for legislation number 0183-24, an action relating to Law and Order Committee, the Budget and Finance Committee recommended and approving the fiscal year 2025 budget for the Division of Public Safety and related matters to be included in the Navajo Nation's FY 2025 comprehensive budget. Be enacted, section 1 authority, A, the Law and Order Committee, LLC, the Standing Committee of the Navajo Nation Council with oversight authority over the Navajo Nation Division of Public Safety, DPS 2-8NC, section 600A, 2-8NC, section 601C1, D, the Budget Finance Committee, the Standing Committee of the Navajo Nation Council authorized to make recommendations to the Council on the budget and management of the Navajo Nation funds, 2-8NC, section 300A, section 301B2B. The Budget and Finance Committee is specifically authorized to make recommendations to the council regarding the Navajo Nation's annual comprehensive budget for each fiscal year 12-8NC section 848, section 2, finding A, the Law and Order Committee and the Budget and Finance Committee held a budget meeting and heard reports on the program staff in the Office of Management and Budget regarding the proposed FY 2025 budget for the Division of Public Safety, 12 NC Section 840A. B, the Navigation Appropriation Act states that the Oversight Committee budget recommends that shall not exceed the planning base amount 12 NC Section 840A. C, the Budget and Finance Committee finds that the approval of the proposed FY 2025 budget for the Division of Public Safety and inclusion of such budget in the navigations FY 2025 comprehensive budget is the best interest of the navigation. Section 3, Law and Order Committee recommends to the Budget and Finance Committee the figure 2025 budget for the Division of Public Safety and related matters. A, the Law and Order Committee hereby recommends that the FY 2025 budget for the Division of Public Safety as detailed in the fund budget by the text summary attached here to exhibit A. B, the Law and Order Committee recommends approve certain provisions, if any, to the proposed FY 25 budget amount to the Division of Public Safety as shown in column C, B, and E in the general fund comparative summary attaches here to exhibit B. C, the Law and Order Committee recommends changes, if any, to the general fund budget described in exhibit C. And D, the Law and Order Committee recommends that certain conditions of appropriation legislative concerns, if any, is as listed in exhibit D. E, the Law and Order Committee recommends that a certain unmet needs of any of the Division of Public Safety be included in the FY 2025 comprehensive budget as explained in exhibit E. The Law and Order Committee has presented the external fund anticipated in FY 2025 if any is listed in exhibit F. And G, the Law and Order Committee recommends that the Budget Finance Committee approve the Labor Commission's FY 2025 budget and all committee recommendations for the set forth in exhibit A through E further explained in LOC reports attached. Committee reports attached to exhibit G. The Law and Order Committee hereby authorize the chair and the vice chair to negotiate with the Budget and Finance Committee on these recommendations. Section 4, the Budget and Finance Committee improves the fiscal year 2025 budget for the Division of Public Safety and related matters. The Budget and Finance Committee improves the Division of Public Safety FY 2025 budget as set forth in exhibit A through E and further explains that the Budget and Finance Committee report attached there to exhibit H is served in the EFC's recommendations to the Navigation Council for the FY 2025 comprehensive budget. Section 5, directed the Office of Legislative shall attach the LOC's committee report as exhibit G, reflecting all amendments, if any, made to this action, including amendments to the exhibit and or updates to the budget binders, documents that are approved by LOC and the Office of Legislative Services that are attached to the EFC committee report, exhibit 8, reflecting all amendments, if any, made to this action, including amendments to the exhibit and or budget binders documents approved by EFC. Section 6, effective date, this action shall become effective, provided in 2 NC section 189A, section 6A, which is the fund type budget summary for the Division of Public Safety in the amount of 86,006,475,000. Then you have exhibit B, which is the general fund comparative summary with a C, the branch chief's FY 2024 general fund budget. And E, the oversight committee recommended FY 2025 general fund in the amount of 9,598,776 attaches exhibit C, which is the recommended changes in general fund, which is that attaches exhibit E, which is the recommended condition for appropriation letter concerns, which is that attaches exhibit E, which is the recommended unmet needs budget, attaches exhibit F, which is the FY 2025 anticipated amount in column B. The FY 2024 external amount is 89,000. 98,916,234. C is the amount of expected FY 2025 external funds is 74,675,816.51. Then you have the first report, the legislative branch interpublic review summary for legislation number 0183-24, sponsored honorable Virginia Charles Newland. This legislation was posted on July 18, 2024 at 9:51 p.m. The 5-day comment period ended on July 23rd, 2024. There was no comments for this legislation. The comment opposing this legislation, no comments and recommendation on this legislation. Then you have the Law and Order Committee, 25th Nomination Council, second year 2024 committee report. The committee reports are due pass with 2 amendments. Amendment number 1, Amendment G. The Law and Order Committee report to include the following. Underscore the unmet need priorities list in exhibit E are prioritized such that the first 3 listed items are prioritized as first, second, and third. The first, second, and third priorities concerned from business unit 11, 60, 17, and the remainder of the list recommended and unmet needs are to remain on exhibit E, but are unprioritized. 2, Amendment G, exhibit G, the Law and Order Committee reports to include the following. Underscore the Department of Emergency Management was allocated $8,893,839 via resolution EF JA 1 21 for COVID-19 relief efforts in accordance with the resolution BFE 43 which establishes a fund manager plan for navigation COVID-19 response donation fund. The Law and Order Committee recommends that the Budget and Finance Committee, BFC, and the Navigation Council take into consideration expenditures that could be made of this expenditure plan prior to the BFC and Council's consideration of any unmet needs requests involving the Department of Emergency Management. Number two, amendment on page 2, line 28, line 29, make the following edits. The Law and Order Committee recommends that the Budget Finance Committee approve underscore Division of Public Safety right through Labor Commission FY 2025 budget and all committee recommendations to renumber letters to 3 paragraph sections and exhibit as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Service and Office of the Councils are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and exhibits, including any needed adjustments to the dollar amount listed, and to include the council's intent in approving the legislation as amended. This amendment supersedes inconsistent wording in any other committees or council amendments, which warning should be confirmed to the amendment. This legislation was approved this legislation was voted on with 2 in favor, 0 opposed, and 3 not voting. And this legislation was approved by the Law and Order Committee on August 6, 2024. Madam Chair, we the Finance Committee that is legislation number 0183-24, right for the record in its entirety with its amendments from the Law and Order Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Toffey, for reading the legislation to the record. Members of the committee, is there a motion to consider this legislation?
Motion.
Motion by Chairwoman Everett Lefferty, the other side of the motion. Second by Delegate Lester Rossi. Members of the committee, members of the committee, which you all like to review the Office of Management budget on the Division of Public Safety budget report. We'll welcome Ms. Tanya, or who's the budget officer? Okay. And or Chairwoman, or Chairwoman, you do trust, who's your agent for?
I believe that it's Deputy Director Henderson.
Welcome, Deputy Director Henderson. We'll turn the floor over to the Office of Management Budget to proceed with their reports.
Good afternoon. My name is Tanya Sosi. I'm the Senior Budget Analyst for Division of Public Safety. Thank you, Madam Chair and Parish and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. I'll go ahead and read the OMB's budget report. First page, you have the table of contents. We have A through E. A is the FY 25 fund type budget summary. B, you have the third quarter budget expenditure report. C, you have the third quarter performance assessment report. D, you have the third quarter plan of operation status report, and then the conditions of appropriation legislative concern report. So with the Division of Public Safety, there are, for the budget summary type, there's 18 business units, and for FY 24, there's a total of $14,491,717. The proposed general fund budget amount is $9,838,332. And then you have the column for the indirect costs, which is $590,588. That gives a total amount of $10,428,920. And then at the bottom, they also have the special revenue, the internal. They have 3 business units listed there. And that comes out to a total of $9,044,337. And then proprietary column, there's 75,000. And the special revenue internal, there's a total amount of $8,767,968. So it gives a overall total of $8,442,968. So the grand total for the FY 24 that they were approved for FY 24 was 23,536,048. The proposed general funds is 9,838,332. And the indirect cost amount, 590,588. And the proprietary fund is 75,000. And for the special revenue, internal fund is 8,767,968, which gives a grand total of 19,271,888. The next one is the budget status report for the expenditures. For the original budget amount was 14,491,717. The revised budget amount is 17,015,291.30. The actual is $9,255,069.44. The encumbrance amount is $1,259,993.46. Which gives a budget available of $6,300,470.34. And then the last one at the non-general funds, for the special revenue. The original budget amount was $8,987,617. The revised budget amount was $9,906,13. $9,916,013.01. And the actual was $4,393,408.24. And the available budget or the encumbrance amount, sorry, is $487,486.11, which gives available amount of $5,025,118.66. So the grand total amount for the original budget amount was $23,479,334. Revised budget amount is $921,304.31. The actual was $13,648,477.68. And the encumbrance amount, the total amount was $1,747,479.57. So the grand total available balance was $11,338,589. Madam Chair. And then I'll defer the performance assessment report to Ms. Janet McKay.
Okay, moving on to the program performance assessment scores. I'll be reading the first quarter. With 18 business units, the average score was 4.01, which is median. Second quarter is 3.87, which is acceptable. Third quarter is 4.36, again, is median. Moving on to tab B, the plan of operations status report. Again, there are 20 business units. And a majority of the, or they are in compliance with their plan of operations dated from 2013, 2022, 2018, 2019, yeah, 18.
And then moving on to the conditions of appropriations and legislative concerns. Again, there are three legislative concerns that pertain to the all division department programs. And for the first, legislative concern, EPS did, respond in the third quarter and they have complied. The second one with all programs divisions is, they have responded in the third quarter and they have complied. And the third one, again, EPS has responded and this is ongoing. And moving on to the division of public safety legislative concerns, there are 4 legislative concerns. The first one for business unit, 116001, which is due first quarter, they did not respond for the third quarter, however, they complied with the status. They have complied. The second one is, again, business unit 116001, due date is second quarter, they did not respond for the third quarter, however, they have complied. Third legislative concern, again, is 116001, which was due fourth quarter, there was no response. However, this is ongoing. And the fourth one, Department of Fire Rescue, business unit 516002, has a due date of third quarter with no response and is ongoing. Madam Chair, this concludes the OMB report.
Thank you, Ms. Osi, and thank you for the report today to the committee, members of the committee. Does anyone have any questions for the Office of Manager of Budget? Chairwoman,
Well, yeah, I appreciate it. Shelley, can we go back to your concern summary? You mentioned the due date was first quarter, no response, but your status is compiled. Can you just help me understand that?
Okay, thank you for the question. That was it, pardon, normally the program, will have, complied with the, legislative concern earlier than the due date. So that normally what we do indicate that they have complied. So they normally don't respond like in the fourth quarter because they've already complied with the legislative concern.
But it says no response.
Oh, yeah, that's what I mean. They complied prior to the fourth quarter. I mean, they're probably complied. I don't have the actual quarter that they complied with, but they did comply.
Okay, so you're just telling me in third quarter we did it.
Yeah,
Okay, but they probably did it in second or third. Okay. That's a little different, right? Yeah, so maybe I could see that we're gonna get this one. Maybe it's.
members of the committee, are there any questions for the Office of Manager of Budget? This would go to the budget status report. There are several expenditure totals that are under the 75% range, and again, we would like to make sure that we get the separation between how much is operation and then how much is personnel. That would be helpful for the future. And then the other one that is exceptionally low is the Department of Emergency Management. 27%. I'll get some more information as to why they're at 27%. Expenditure. Thank you, Delegate Chairman Yasi. I believe the directive language was sent out to the committee for you to consider, so we can consider that directive after this legislation, so it applies to all the legislation in the Congress report. But I think that's the committee who all want to pass the directive on this legislation. We can't do, I just want to make sure we're aware of that. I believe I did see an email from the CFO.
That's good.
Okay. And to the question about the expenditure rate, Delegate Shirley Kowski, I believe the best person to answer your question about that expenditure status is the program itself. So we can hand it over to Deputy Director to answer to the best of his ability on those expenditure rates. Members of the committee, does anyone have any questions about the budget? Okay, hearing none at this time, we do have a motion and a second on the legislation. I will hand the floor over to the sponsor, Chair Jean Charles Newton, and also for agents. There's one question in the queue, but we'll hand the floor right now over to Chair Jean Charles Newton.
Thank you, Chair Parrish and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. So this budget actually was very interesting, and there were a lot of questions at Law and Order Committee regarding the budget that has been put before us at the time back in August regarding Division of Public Safety. There were concerns about I believe it's the dissolution of the MMIP program, and then some of the other programs as well, with explanations. We asked for explanations as to why some of these budgets were being underfunded. And so as you'll notice, Budget and Finance Committee, the amounts are differ from FY 24. The committee did ask some really straightforward questions regarding the budget. In particular, was the Department of Emergency Management and the increase, I believe it was an increase, as well as the fact that they are still sitting on some of those COVID monies. As you guys might recall, during the 24th Navajo Nation Council, the Department of Justice established a COVID relief fund that was being advertised out there, and people were sending in funds. There was a lot of questions about where that money went. It did go to the Department of Emergency Management. And we did ask questions about the budget for that particular, I guess, well, we asked questions regarding that budget. So overall, the report that was provided to us at the time by Chief Noon, I don't think he was the chief at the time, but he was the one who provided the report information to us. We did ask, like I said, questions, and in all honesty, there was a lot of concern from the committee regarding Division of Public Safety. Particularly, rumors that we were hearing about the transfers of funds going back and forth. And I think this committee is well apprised of that information. We wanted to make sure, because these are federal funds, that there was no commingling. In terms of the no response, I just want to inform the committee that the Division of Public Safety Director, Michael Anderson, stated that he doesn't work for council, he works for President Nygren. We did remind him that he is working for the Navajo people as the Division Director of Public Safety, but there was a lack of communication coming from him, and there still continues to be a lack of communication coming from the director in terms of what is happening within the Division of Public Safety. So I do want to bring that to your attention. And again, I do have that in my notes that there was a lot of concerns regarding the lack of communication, as well as as you can see from the budget summary, a lot of the programs fundings were slashed. And we just want to make sure that public safety is going to be provided to the Navajo people the way that always, well, maybe better than what has been provided in the past, but the funding amounts that had changed from FY 24 to FY 25, as you can see yourself in black and white, there is a decrease in that, and most of that funding did go into Department of Emergency Management. That was also another concern that the committee did bring forth during that time was whether the person who was hired to lead the Department of Emergency Management had the right qualifications to lead that department. So I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over at this time to Deputy Director Henderson, who can explain the budget to the committee. Director Henderson.
Kehela, Shinandai. So I did largest in Dagi Budget and Finance Committee. So that's in Dagi. Shady touching Shiro, my dispute, Bashish chain, for the cheat, that's a chair. This cheat, that's another. Say I can succumb, the battle, I did not say. What I can tell you about the budget is that I have Commander Darrell Noon here, who was part of developing these the budget for public safety. And regrettably, at the time the budget was put all together, I was not in this position. I was in a different position that I didn't get a chance to be a part of developing it all. I did have minimal participation in developing the budget. So if I may bring up Commander Darrell Noon to explain further as to how exactly this budget was developed.
Well, welcome, Mr. Darrell, to the microphone to be an additional agent.
You guys trying to ask the questions.
Thank you.
Yeah, what the whole thing.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. My name is Darrell Noon. I'm a police commander with the Navajo Police Department. Panagakmi na Sheriff Delegano Basistin, Pichi de Shiche, Bashpachani de Chanela. So I was designated the budget liaison. And my role as the budget liaison was to work with OMB and the division to make sure that whenever information was coming out regarding the upcoming budget, that information was disseminated to the director and all the program managers of public safety. And when we got our initial allocation amounts, I basically created the allocation for all the departments of public safety. The one thing that I was given direction on as far as some of the amounts that you see that are different is the prior fiscal year, we had placed a large amount of money in the support services. And the intention of doing that was to use that account to cover all the rental expenses for all of our police vehicles, and whatever expenses came about regarding our police vehicles. So that's why the previous fiscal year, that budget line item was high. And for this FY 25, I was instructed to move that money back to the district. So that's why you see a little increase in each of the district, is so that they could handle their own vehicle rental payments and things of that nature. For all of the districts. So, and also part of if you look at the DILCON line item for FY 24, it's a high amount because that is where we had put the money for the special, it was for the MMIW, the detectives, patrol detectives, special, operations. We put all that money in Dilcon's, account. And then we were pulling for that to support the detectives and the missing people. And so most of the money that you see in 116001, the reason that there's a decrease in there was because we had put money in there as well for the special operations. We got some money for the emergency, the snow. We got some money where we bought 2 snow cats, we bought 2 diesel trucks to pull them, trailers to put them on. So there wasn't really any, as far as I'm concerned, there wasn't really any method behind my madness when I was divvying up the money. I was just trying to be equitable across the line with all the districts. And because, you know, we were getting pressure that we needed these amounts so that we can begin our budget development. And so I just divvied the money as best as I saw fit, got permission or concurrence from Chief Silversmith and Director Anderson, and that's how we pushed forward. As far as that's what I can say about the money, as how it was allocated. And for the low, you asked the question about the low encumbrances. That was in Dilcon, that's what that reflects. We gave them a big pot of money, but we weren't able to spend it like we tried. So it left a bigger amount in there, and it shows that, so what it looks like is we weren't spending money out of that account. But that money, like I said, was used for a smaller program, to upfit them for, you know, their searches and things like that. I hope I've explained that, and made sense. It really wasn't complicated what I was doing, but I stand for any more questions. Thank you. Yeah.
Chair, can you address me in for the Director Anderson, would you like to add more points to the report?
I don't, thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Director Henderson, and also.
Yeah, I can tell you on this
Mr.
one,
Darrell.
Is- see how they-
And also
okay.
on the list.
That's what I do.
Chair, can you tell us maybe
So
what's that?
it's complicated for me.
Thank you, Chair Parrish. So just for the record, committee members, I did ask, Chief Noon if this was the actual budget that he submitted. And if there were any numbers that were changed after he had left as, chief of police. And he said, just for the record, that, he thinks so. Because the budget looks a little bit different. Of course, it's on a different form. So he can't really say for sure. And that was one of the questions that we did ask him on the record as well at Law and Order Committee. Because we didn't want him to get in trouble for a budget that he may have submitted that was maybe changed. And then, you know, I guess it come back later on that wasn't what had actually happened. So we were just trying to do this to make sure that the accurate numbers that were being discussed in terms of the services provided to the people were the actual numbers. So I just want to put that on the record, committee members. But yes, I believe that we are done presenting our information.
Thank you, Director Nelson, and again, thank you, Mr. Noon, and Deputy Director Henderson. I will go to the Budget Finance Committee. We do have a motion and second on this legislation. I'll go to the committee for questions. Have a question. I'll go to Shadow Chairwoman Edward Nassau-Crowdy.
Well, yeah, thank you. So staff, and I appreciate Chair Suddeth for conferring with your sponsor, if in fact is the number. we need to make sure, so staff, I'll need, the breakdown from the executive department on how much they allocated to each of their programs. Let me see, I do have a breakdown from July 2nd, so I just want to make sure that that's in coordinates with, the base amount for executive branch at, collectively $107 million. Does that sound right? 107 million? 17. Oh, 17, I'm sorry. So I do have that document, if committee members need to see it from July 2nd. And, because, so let's see, Division of Public Safety, your total should be $9,599,776. And your IDC is $590,588. Okay, so we're in order. So that's what we need staff is to go back to that document to make sure that there's not an over allocation. And if you need that document, I could send it out.
That's right.
Yeah, this is my 10th year of doing the budget, so. Welcome to the jungle. But do you need that memo? Yes. Okay, and can you send it? Well, I'll send it to the. Oh, the part, no, I think it's a jungle. I thought it was a party the first year. And then it was a pride party the next year.
Delegate Charlotte Yasi. Jump right into the budget, finance committee, right? We are at our. Yeah, so, but time to learn how the budget works. But what Chair Member Crowd is referring to is once the committee makes a recommendation on the planning based amount, each of the branches, they have their own internal budgeting process, and then internally they decide how much money the programs get within the branch. And Chairman Anderson provided that policy of what that breakdown is according to the planning based amount passed in the budget instruction manual. This year, there is an additional document that sometimes gets switched, and we just want to make sure with the Office of Legislative Services that does not get mixed up. So we just want to verify this first. And the Office of Manager of Budgets is very good about having those correct numbers in the reports. So thank you. Members of the committee, does anyone have questions for the Division of Public Safety? Yeah. Delegate Shirley Housing.
Hello, Dan. Scott, what is your title?
Commander.
Commander, okay. Thank you for the information provided about the Delcom program and my deputies. My understanding is that there was funding that was given to that department, and you're saying that they didn't spend funds for it, and so it has to be reallocated out to another area, but was this brought to the Law and Order Committee on that to provide updates on why it didn't work? Usually my understanding is like with programs or when you first get a program and there's funding behind it, you know, you kind of have to give them time to really implement their project. And I don't know how much time was given to the Delcom office for this and
Thank you, Delegate Chairman Yazzie. So the program, they have only 12 months for this funding. So this money was appropriated to them in 2023. And they had 12 months to implement that program. And then in a continuing resolution, they are given 6 months with half of that funding. So that's the time frame that they have to implement that. Do you have questions about challenges that they might have had and more detail on the narrative of that expenditure?
So I guess my question is, when the Budget and Finance Committee, they provide or they're, you know, approving unmet needs, do you, and with the time frame that, you know, everybody has, is there some kind of directive or report that you received back from the individuals to say, okay, yeah, that money, was, spent well, everything went accordingly, and, in the future, if we need to come back for more, is there some kind of report that you get similar to that or something like that? I would like to see why it didn't work, just for my region.
Sure, definitely, we can, definitely ask the program. The Budget and Finance Committee did receive a report in December 2024. Well, not last year, I believe it was the beginning of 2024, so January 2024. We received a report update from the Division of Public Safety on the status of those expenditures, because both Delegate LeBron Azar at the time and then Delegate Norman Gate had questions about that. And at the time, I don't want to speak for the division, but there were just, maybe there's updates now that they can report back to us, but just to give you some background on the reports to the committee, to the Budget and Finance Committee, and also, that may kind of give you some, information on the timeframe that they had. But I'll hand the floor back over to Mr. Henderson and also to, Mr. Noon, if you all have background, but this is specifically for the police department. I don't know if you need additional, agents to, have that, clarification, or you can get that response. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll take a shot at it. So your question just basically told me that I explained that horribly. And I apologize for that. We got, in the previous fiscal year, we got $500,000 for the MMIW. We got $500,000 for the drug enforcement, drug and gang unit. And we also got additional funds on the eastern side, for the same, the MMIW, but in the department, we were focusing on those efforts. I guess we weren't devoting, like identifying a specific district, it was a nationwide effort. But what it did was it increased a budget line item for the Dilcon district to an amount that now when you look at it, it looks like we weren't spending money, but we were spending money. There were two small programs that we were trying to bring back. The detective program was brand new. So we spent a lot of time getting them training and getting them equipment that they needed. And then the drug and gang unit eventually became the PACE unit, eventually. Well, I mean, we were spending the money, it just, it doesn't reflect in the form, the document on the expenditures. And I hope that was better than the previous explanation, but I don't want you to think that we just sat on the program and it fell. The program, I believe the program was a success. It is a success. And it's a program that I would like to see grow in the future and because there's a lot of good that came from it. So that's my response. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate Shannon, does that answer your question, or do you have follow-up questions?
Thank you. Is there any way to get a report on, because you said it was successful as well, and you're saying in the future, you'd like to see it replicated. And I know that Delegate Carty does have program task group, but I would like to be able to see a report on what happened to your funding and what the successful parts of that program were, and then also the challenges of spending that funding.
Thank you, Delegate Charlie, just because we're in the middle of the budget process, maybe to help better kind of give you a target of when to receive that report. Maybe what we can ask the Division of Public Safety is if that program that was funded in FY 24 is continuing in the FY 25 budget. And that way, one, The reason why you would ask about continuation is because you would see if the police department is passionate about continuing it. And then you could question why or why not, that it's not in there. But also, you could also say, if you want a response before the legislation for the comprehensive budget is prepared, we could also receive a report in a week. At our next special meeting, I'm just trying to gauge when we'd like that report. Do you wanna provide some feedback to that?
I think, within the. Fine.
Okay, thank you, Doug, Charlie, now I'll hand the phone back over to Mr. Mayor to respond to the comments and questions from the committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and, Delegate Yazzie, if I could just ask if, I could get maybe an email that specifically states what you want in the report, and I'll gladly work on that.
And Mr. Mayor, could you just verify if the program will continue indefinitely?
Yes, it will. Thank you.
Okay, members of the committee, we can pass a directive on the legislation that requires the report, or if you do, I think the next option would be a legislative concern, but, if you just want to, either I can confer with you as a member of the committee and say we will have a report at our next special meeting, we can work on that agenda. Or if you would like to pass a, we work with the legislative council here, see if we can do a, official directive on the legislation to work on that report, but as it's you, Delegate Shirley Massey, on how, we would like to proceed.
I'd like a directive. That way we don't have to add it to the report.
Or do you want to do, we can do it rather than, so we could do a note,
Directive in the legislation.
well, we could do a note in the committee report for a report, right?
You could.
Yeah.
Or we could do a directive to the Division of Public Safety to provide a report, and then that's.
I'm not sure about.
Okay.
You don't have oversight of like 2060, we can't issue the directive, you know.
Yeah.
Well, Delegate Shirley Massey, what if we do?
Wait, yes, we can. If it's about money, we have oversight over all money, that's why we're talking about it now.
We'll go to Office of Legislative Counsel.
We're asking about money, right?
Because let me just get the exact statute. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. So, this is Title II, Section 189, Committee Action, subsection B. Committee directives shall be limited to matters under such committee's direct oversight and shall be approved by a simple majority vote of all committee members. So I'm gonna agree with Delegate Crotty. It doesn't say, it doesn't specifically limit it to divisions with which the committee has direct oversight. So the committee, Budget and Finance, does in fact have direct oversight over financial matters and budgeting. So for that, if the committee chooses to issue a written directive, then I just want to make it clear, factually, that we are doing this under the committee's, authority as the sort of, budget committee for the Navajo Nation. Chair.
Thank you, for clarifying that, Ms. Lowell, and Council Delegate Shirley Massey. We do have, the committee to schedule a Budget and Finance Committee meeting for January 22nd. So we could, I think we'd like to make that motion, you could hear the updated report on January 22nd, before, as committee work. But Delegate Shirley Massey, I'll just turn the floor back over to you.
Expensive.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion for a directive to, yes, to hear, or to receive a report from the January 22nd meeting.
Thank you, Delegate Shirley Massey, and to clarify your motion, that is on, the entire Division of Public Safety budget, or was that for the, I think you pointed out the.
MMIW program.
The MMIW program on the Division of Public Safety. If you have questions on the budget for the Department of Emergency Management.
I did have a question on that, and that was back on the expenditure report. I also wanted to, once we're done, the next question would be, you know, the budget, why is their expenditure rate low as well? And I don't know if it has to do with the same program, I don't know.
Okay, just.
But I know they're not here either to probably answer that question.
Okay, we'll just, we'll do one program at a time. So we'll, to clarify the motion, Delegate Kelly, your motion is to receive a update report on the budgeted allocation from FY 2024 on the MMIW program. From that budget back to the Budget and Finance Committee on January 22nd, 2025. The motion party concurs. And I know I'm gonna entertain the motion. Do we have a second to the motion? Second by, Chairman Everett Friday, then, I'm going to go into the law and order chair, Bernie Bond.
Thank you, Chair Parrish. Chief Noon, I'm sorry, Commander Noon doesn't have the support staff that he had when he was chief, Chair Parrish. So, I was just asking him, would you be able to finish that report by January 22nd? And he said, it depends on what the question is that you guys are asking. Because if he doesn't, I mean, if it's just him that's providing the report, then he's gonna need a little bit more time to put together the report. So I just wanted to just bring that to your attention, Chair Parrish, that he wanted to interject, but of course delegates, we can't ask those questions. I'm gonna go ahead and give him the chance to, if you need further explanation. But because he doesn't have the staff in place, he probably won't be able to get it done on January 22nd. And he just wants to abide by what BNF is asking for, what they want.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. There's a motion and second on the floor. And then for clarification, this goes back to CS 7823. And in the resolution under exhibits G1. There's an unmet need from the Division of Public Safety, Department of Public Safety for the funding for missing people's department of the Navajo Nation Public Police Department to support expansion of this program in Eastern Agency. These funds may be used for administrative costs, travel, supplies, and other special transactions to fulfill the duties of the Navajo Police Department in carrying out the campaign. And then they also were given an allocation under this resolution for further missing people's programs in Dilcon as well. Or actually, this is to the Dilcon district, so that's clarification for what funding check we're talking about. So I'll hand over, I know we have a motion and second on the floor, but Mr. News, you have some further comments for clarification on the report?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. I just, yeah, that's what I was referring to earlier when I knew where the different funding sources were coming from for what was being asked. I was just saying that it depends on the specific type of questions that Delegate Yazzie asked of me to answer. I probably could answer it by tomorrow, but depending on the questions, it might take a little bit longer than a week to run reports and get all those numbers. But that's all I want to bring up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Noon. And then going back to the motion party, the second party, right now there's a motion for a directive for the Division of Public Safety on a report on this funding type, but maybe after the committee considers the vote on the motion and second is this or the delegate Shirley Yasi to clarify those questions. That way, I guess, so that the Division of Public Safety knows what they're targeting in their report, and then if they can have that prepared by the 22nd. This motion already prepared. Okay. Great. Thank you. And then we'll get a report on the information that may be available on January 22nd. If there's further Clarification, we can work with Delegate Shirley Hassey.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, back to the motion and second, we do have a motion second on the floor, members of the committee, Delegate Lester, do you have any questions on the motion and second? Hearing none, members of the committee, Chairwoman Everett Crowdy.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Because this was an unmet need fulfilled by Budget and Finance Committee, with the help of Delegate Norman Begay. I need to understand in your budget, so it looks like you're redistributing the money from Delcon District to, if you said, like equitable or, around all of the other districts. So is the assumption then that the NYW unit or that type of work will be happening, you'll have one individual at each district? Because what you're doing is, so I'm looking at last year's budget. And so we added money to your budget for the request for the unmet need. But now I'm looking at it. Yeah. Do you need that additional money? Because in your unmet need, we have that similar request of 1.4 million. So I just need to understand what the NMIW money dispersed between all of the districts. Or this year, you would need an unmet need to sustain the project. And I could reframe that if you need, but I'm just zeroing in on that funding because it was part of your unmet need. I know I'm seeing on your unmet need again, because I'd like to see in a plan of operation, to start to put permanent status, because it seems like, every month, every 2 months, things are changing in the organization. And so how do we build up safe communities when public safety is not stabilized? Like we want, like this year, my focus for budget and finance on our priorities is, I think we called it a criminal justice fund or law enforcement fund. So we need to know how much your division needs to build up that capacity. But if things keep moving, then how do we build up stability? And then how much time do you like, it's almost like a budget, like someone needs to analyze the budget, and maybe that's what we could ask controller to just step in. This might be something where we look at, in terms of public safety, like what's their vision and their plan, and then how are you gonna fund it? And so, we could allocate, and that's what I'm looking for, is develop that fund so that you have that reoccurring money so that you can build up your programs. But I would just need clarification, because I haven't seen a plan of operation that stabilizes the MMIP unit or the other units. I appreciate Commander Williams. She's been participating in our task force meetings, but we have to provide this information to our federal and state counterparts. And so when things start moving, it kind of puts us at square one every year. So I'd like to know the plan, what it means for public safety when it comes to MMIW. Because not only police department commanders, so we also need to know, maybe this is a question for your minority. I'm sorry, I would always call you my yours, but I would also say that, we also need like the Department of Emergency Management, because they do the search and rescue. And so we need them to be part of the conversation. We already talked to the police chief. And so it's this collective that we need to know from the division, what is your plan so that we could mobilize, get your personnel, get your funding, and most importantly, like the families and the nation knows how we're moving forward. So that's a very comprehensive question, but I haven't heard that in part of your presentation, so I want to zero in on what is the plan for the record. We asked in September, when we had a task force, MMDR task force meeting on the tribal community response plan. And so Division Director Anderson was in attendance, Deputy Chief was in attendance. I think Chief Silversmith was in attendance, so it was a great discussion in September, but we want to continue that dialogue. And so that's my question in terms of, I thought I would see it in your general budget, But if it's still an unmet need, I'm concerned, because when is that finally gonna become part of the Navajo Nation budget? Because those numbers stay steady and it's still an issue. Chair, Division.
Yeah, thank you, Chairwoman, Amber Smith, probably. That's it, okay. Thank you, Chairwoman Amber Smith, for, bringing those topics to light. And I want Mr. Crowdy to know the questions that Chair Amber Smith had mentioned, because if, Mr. Commander Noon is not able to answer today, that could potentially be a part of the line of questions that we're currently have motion to second for the record. Okay, so, Mr. Noon and also Mr. Henderson, if you could respond to those questions. And also give time to, the Chair of Law and Order, if you would like to discuss your work with the, plan of operations on it. But, Mr. Noon, you could, respond to those program questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Delegate Crowdy. So my response basically is, I can tell you what the plan was, you know, and when we're looking at this program in the creation of the patrol detectives, you know, it's instead of, we aren't able to just designate them to specific districts. The program serves the entire Navajo Nation. I don't understand the method completely about when it comes to how money is divvied up, you know, at this level. I just know that we had money and this was the plan, was to create a patrol detective division. I had conversations with Deputy Director when he was Director of CI, just talking about how potentially we could expand the program. But as far as how things look for the future, I'm not privy to those conversations. So I haven't attended the MMIW task force meetings. I do speak to Mr. Cita Billy every now and then. So I don't have a full idea of what's been happening. And but that was the intent, was, you know, with the creation of the civilian police investigator positions to also help the patrol detectives. And then eventually, as I was saying, they're talking with Deputy Director when he was over CI, potentially, you know, finding a method that, you know, the PD and criminal investigations work together in this endeavor. So, yeah, I can explain how things were. But I think maybe I'm not the right person to answer what it's gonna look like for the future. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I just want to add that, it sounds like, we need a discussion with the current chief, regarding what is the current plan. And, the only plan that really I was aware of as, when I was Director of Criminal Investigation is what, Commander Noon and I spoke about at the time. So currently, I too am not aware of, any current plans for the MMIW or MIT. So there needs to be a discussion with the current chief as to what the plan is.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson and Mr. Noon. Chair Junior Charles Newman, do you have further comments from the line?
Thank you, Chair Parrish, and thank you, Delegate Crowdy, for asking those questions. Again, at the very beginning, I did state that the committee has been asking a lot of these questions about, you know, which direction is Division of Public Safety going to be moving in. There were a lot of changes that were recently made that didn't come before the committee for any, I guess, you know, any FYI or even any agreement to some of the changes that have been made within the Division of Public Safety. The communication right now with Division Director Michael Anderson is zero. When he does come before the committee, he usually has Deputy Director Henderson or Commander Noon or sometimes Chief Silversmith. And he just kind of says, well, they can answer the question. So in terms of the policies and the procedures, at this point, the committee has not been made aware of anything of that nature. So we can bring them before the committee to ask those questions about their policies and their procedures. The last update that we did receive is that Director Henderson was supposed to be working on updating the policies and the procedures. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair Jean Charles. And for clarification, Mr. Tahi, that we also loop in the current chief of police on the report. Members of the committee, do you have a motion to set on the report? Does anyone have a question on the report? Chairwoman Vanessa McCarty.
Oh, yeah, thank you. So it sounds like we need to come back and I would need the help of law and order as oversight. And we could develop a plan. We could develop and legislate what, we need, to see in our Department of Public Safety. But I think this is a great opportunity if we're gonna develop this fund. We could come back and say, how do we integrate all of these services? And how will navigation fund or use general funds? But my question is specifically because you have this unmet need. So are you saying right now in your budget, you don't have money for the MMIW unit, the K9 unit, traffic unit, critical incident response, and SWAT funding requested to maintain continuity of operations to continue services? So when I see to maintain continuity, is this budget that you're presenting to us, does it provide those services right now? Because we're also looking at some unmet needs. And that's why if it's built into your budget, it's easier, but then we could look if there's funding available for some of these unmet needs. Chair, that's my question. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, excited Chairwoman Evans. I will turn the floor back over to the program division to respond to the questions. Mr. Henderson or Mr. Green?
Yeah, we could do what is that? Revisit.
Or revisit. We're gonna do that, Tim could table it and then we could put it up next week. Able to, because our agenda's all the way until the 24th, so we're looking back Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Okay. Chair.
I'm fine with whatever, however the budget and finance wants to move forward. But what I will say, Chair Parrish, is I think we've had this discussion as a council as a whole, is that when we're talking about some of these programs, that we have to be mindful that the funding is only up until September. So even if unmet needs were granted, you would still need the cooperation of the division director and the deputy division director, as well as the chief of police, to put something together. Otherwise, that money just reverts again. So maybe, because remember, we're talking about FY 25, so September 30th, these funds would revert again. So what we could do, Delegate Crotty, is during these next 6 months, sit down and have a one-on-one, like maybe leadership meeting to find out what they're going to do, and then start preparing to include that in the budget for FY 26. In the event that they are planning to make that a permanent program, or if they're going to continue to just fund it yearly. So that's my recommendation is to continue to move forward with the legislation and then to start preparing for FY 26, since we only have a few more months of under FY 25.
Yeah, let's do it.
Just for an update at next meeting, and then we can revisit this. Okay, thank you, Chairman Johnson, for the recommendation. Members of the committee, we do have a motion on the floor for the report for January 22nd, 2025 on this. On the unmet needs from CS 7823, for our January 22nd meeting. There's a second from Chair Amber Knesset-Crotty, and members of the committee. Are there more questions to the? All right, we'll go to Chairwoman Amber Knesset-Crotty.
Yeah, thank you. The committee did receive a closeout for fiscal year 24. And so I'm looking at your budgets, your units right now. And it does appear, because we do see like the end and what's been reverted. So I think this is a conversation we should talk about because of the amount of money that's in personal labs, you know, the remaining budget and then how much is reverted. So I think that's where we want to talk about what are the challenges then with the division not being able to spend down your dollars. And there's just certain programs that have, let me see, you have some over expenditures. I could see why you're putting more money into some of the districts. But I think in terms of, and I do see like your administration was, you know, on the lower end, it only spent about 73%. So in this conversation, I'm always gonna come with like a budget perspective, but always looking to at the NMIW perspective. So we could, I don't know if you get closeout reports, but I think that's something that we're looking at because the amount of like personal lapse, what's remaining, the adjusted personal lapse, and then your reversions. I think that'll be good to talk with all of the oversight committees so that we know we can start maybe fiscal year 26. And we know that it's just a short time frame for this fiscal year. So I guess we're just signing you up for fiscal year 26. So I appreciate that recommendation, Chair Charles meeting. But we'll make sure that you get all of the closeout summaries. And if, I don't know if the programs get their closeout summaries, Chair, but we could at least, I could send this to all of the delegates and our staff, so they could at least have. And Controller, I don't know if you gave the committee the first quarter of fiscal year 25. Because we also had some concerns about under expenditures. So I don't know how the Division of Public Safety was doing, but I think that's also a conversation we could have with the oversight. So that you could see a trend on what they budget for, what they actually use. And we are also, as a committee, looking at all the transfers, because we want them to budget, you know, a budget that they need. Because, you know, OMB, you know, will tell us like day 2 of the new budget year, they're already making transfers. So there's like this systemic way that programs have learned to use their money. But there's also opportunities to fund critical programs that are not being funded because we're funding, you know, like these programs over and over again. So I think that's a higher level conversation we could have in between this budget and next fiscal year budget. Thank you. That's just a comment.
Yeah, thank you, Shannon. We are restarting the budget process, so we're comparing a lot of our recent data to the conversations that were gonna pause in September, so we appreciate working with the division, the departments, and also the committee and Office of Management Budget, Office of the Controller on picking up where we were on these budget processes. We're looking to improve the appropriations process in the Budget and Finance Committee. I think this is a great example of how we can make those improvements. Again, we do have a motion and a second on the floor to the reports. Members of the committee, do we have any questions? And then for clarification, Mr. Vice, could you read the motion that you have on record for Mr. Rose? Did you all have a record of the motion?
For,
Do you want me to restate the motion?
yes,
Okay. I'll go back to Delegate Chair Matthew. For clarification, your motion is to receive a report from the Division of Public Safety on the CS 7823 unmet need allocation in regards to the NMIW funding to the comprehensive budget on our January 22nd, 2025 Budget Finance Committee regularly. And then, so that's the motion, and then Delegate Crowdy, you concur with the motion? Okay, so Delegate Crowdy concurs, and then for logistics, to the Division of Public Safety, we'll work with Mr. Tommy on the specific questions, if there's anything specific, but it's more so an overview and update on where the status of that money is right now. And then Mr. Talkies, did you do a motion second? Did you get to the motion second?
Yes.
Got it. All right, okay, we'll go to, if there are no more questions. Delegate Sherilyn Yasi, how do you vote? Delegate Sherilyn Yasi votes green, Chairwoman Amber Vanessa Carter, how do you vote? Over green. Chairwoman Amber Vanessa Carter votes green, Delegate Lester Yasi, how do you vote? Delegate Lester Yasi votes green. Two members excuse myself from not voting, the motion does carry for a report at our next budget finance committee meeting. Okay, we're gonna go back to the legislation. The legislation, members of the committee, we're going through the overview of the Division of Public Safety. I'll go back to the committee for any further questions.
Yes, I got it.
Chairwoman Everett,
Thank you. Yes, I just want to ask a question regarding, the non-compliance or no response to the legislative concerns. So I'm looking at legislative concern 3 and 4. So we'll develop, another legislative concern or work with our attorneys. I'm not sure. What I like to do is if a program doesn't comply with the legislative concern, then I try to do like condition of appropriation. But, it should, revise and update all kinds of kinds of operations. And so it does look like at least the division needs to update their plan of operation. It hasn't been updated since 2013. And then the Department of Fire and Rescue, and maybe it's just reporting care travel, but I thought we passed our fund management plan working with the committee. So if we could just get verification, or it just might be how they say like third quarter response. If we could just get verification from the Department of Fire and Rescue, if they said that to OMB, or maybe I could ask OMB, did you ever receive any response from Fire and Rescue last fiscal year? It was this fiscal year, I think we, so if we could just look at that number 4, because we did pass the fund management plan working with, Department of Fire and Rescue. So if we could just get that clarified, that'll be helpful as we develop our legislative concerns or conditions of appropriation. Thank you, Chair. No question.
again, thank you, no questions to the legislation, as an all managed budget. Do you all have any updates to the request, but otherwise we can, hear back from you all, but I can turn the floor over to the office of management budget to Ms. McKinney, from the policy.
Okay,
Okay, go ahead.
thank you, Chair, Manager. I'm trying to look for that response right now. Give me a second.
Oh, it's in this, the response. Oh.
Yeah, I think they have an update, to the question. Here. Well, I'm thinking, looking for, through their papers, members of the committee, does anyone else have any questions to the legislation? Mr. Navi, do we have a digital copy of the budget binder? Thank you.
And then I'll donate this binder to Navi, whoever needs a hard copy. But this probably costs like $200.
Thank you. Chair, Professor Ryan, would you, I hand over the gavel to you to ask some questions?
Okay, you have the floor.
Thank you,
Chair Crotty, I'm sorry, just, could I really quickly? Chair Crotty, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. So the fund management plan for fire and rescue, it was passed.
Yeah.
And from, so I was looking back to make sure it was passed after we, after the budget, and that's probably why it wasn't reflected. But it is in the DIBs, as being signed, so, I think that number 4 doesn't apply anymore, because the fund management plan was approved by Law and Order Committee as well as Budget and Finance, and it was signed into legislation. Thank you.
Okay, appreciate it, Shana, today you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairwoman Amber Vanessa Crotty. And thank you to Chair Jean Charles, to the legislation before the committee. do have several questions. One question is the Law and Order Committee. Did the Law and Order Committee consider any legislative concerns or conditions of appropriation in regards to the lack of communication with the division director? I didn't see any in the legislation, but I don't know if there was discussion at the committee for those recommendations. I do think that we need compliance from our division directors, to have those conversations here at committees, especially when it comes to the budget. It's not about who is the boss, quote unquote, as Chair Gina Charles Newton shared. The responses and comments from the division director, but it's about working together. If you're not even able to come to the committee to discuss your budget, then how are you serving the Navajo people? How are you serving the employees of the Navajo Nation under your division? There's a lack of representation for the Navajo Nation Police Department if the division director is not willing to come to these budget hearings. So that is a concern I'd like to share with the committee is, first, I want to hear from the Law and Order Committee, what the discussion at your committee was in regards to the non-compliance from the division director. Because I really do feel that we are in our second year throughout the 25th Navajo Nation Council. And we have already taken action with one department head, and I think that that in itself shows that this council's needs is showing urgency to the communication between the executive branch and the council. So I just want to know if there are any recommendations from the Law and Order Committee or discussions about conditions of appropriation or legislative concerns about the division director. Second question is about that's my first question to the Law and Order Committee. Excuse me, the next question I have for the division, I don't know if Mr. Henderson's prepared to answer or Mr. Newton's prepared to answer, but I know that there's a general wage adjustment. And I know that this impacts your budget because the general wage adjustment for FY 25 is greater than FY 24. However, we have the same plan based on. So I'd like to know where in your budget, you had to make cuts in your budget that is now moved to unmet needs. So because the general wage adjustment for the police officers has increased or any general funded positions have the general wage adjustment has increased. Where did the division make cuts in the police department for all of your departments? Where were those cuts made? Can you identify that in your unmet needs? Because I want to know that for the budget and finance committee to take consideration of prioritization of where you did make cuts. The next question I have is the next questions, I think, excuse me, are more questions for OMB, but I'll start with those questions. Chair Protem.
Commander Newton or Deputy Division Director Henderson, you could answer the two questions from Chair Parrish. Thank you.
Okay, Alicia, I can answer the general wage adjustments questions if there was any cuts in our budget to accommodate the percentage of the general wage adjustment. Our programs under public safety are funded, our personnel are funded under the with the federal funds. And so in order to adjust for the general wage adjustments, we didn't have to do any cuts from our budget to accommodate the general wage adjustment.
And Chair Charles Newton, do you want to answer the question regarding if the committee considered any legislative concerns or conditions of appropriation in terms of what communication is needed from the division director of public safety? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Chair Parrish. So yes, we did, as a committee, we had brief discussions on, the legislative concerns. As for conditions of appropriations, I believe that we, as a committee, were advised to do the legislative concern first, before we move to do a conditions of appropriations. So in terms of the legislative concern, what we were told is that we have to try to work with the division director first. And if there are attempts and those attempts are documented, then we can go ahead at the next budget, do the legislative concern. The other question that was asked during that time, and I was the one that asked this question, was whether council can move to rescind confirmations for directors that are not moving forward or willing to work with council on behalf of the Navajo people. That was something that Lawyer Henderson was supposed to look into, but we've never got an answer to that question. Thank you.
Okay, I appreciate that. Shadi, and I apologize going to the program first. Lisa, you have a follow-up?
Thank you, Chair Pro Tem, Chair, and Professor Crowdy. Thank you, Chair Junior Charles, for providing that insight. I know that there has been time that has passed since, the Law and Order Committee considered this legislation. It sounds like nothing has changed. Excuse me, and we are halfway through our tenure as council delegates, so, with the help of my little legislative concern sheet here, I'd like to offer a legislative concern members of the committee on the Division of Public Safety. And so I'd like to offer the motion for legislative concern for the Division of Public Safety to, it says Division of Public Safety, Departments and Programs in cooperation with the, I'll say Law and Order Committee, is that appropriate? We're going to skip that.
You can skip it if there's no
No, it's just,
coordinating needed.
it's just the Division of Public Safety.
Do you want them to refer to?
To the law part. So I'd like the Division of Public Safety to report to the Law and Order Committee by the end of the third quarter of FY 2025. And they should take all appropriate and necessary actions to address and resolve the following. So the report should contain a report from the Navajo Nation appointed division director, Mr. Michael Anderson, or the acting division director to report to the Law and Order Committee on the organizational chart for all the programs and departments within the Division of Public Safety. So to provide that organizational chart back to the committee on where, on the status of the breakdown of the police department, of the Department of Emergency Management, because they don't even think that they have that at all. And that's important to the committee so that they can consider the budget. So that's the first point of information I'd like to be part of the legislative concern. And the second portion is to provide the Law and Order Committee a vision for the division for the rest of the tenure under the Nagrin administration. So a mission statement, a vision statement, and also a direction for the Division of Public Safety for all of its programs and departments. Chair Pro Tem, those are my requests from the legislative concern to report back to the Law and Order Committee.
Okay, thank you. For rules, we don't need a motion or a second or a vote, but I just wanted to ask our legislative council if you received all of that information, and at the end of the budget hearing, we can go back and look at a comprehensive review of all of the legislative concerns and conditions of appropriation. Ms. Lowell?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I will need to see it in writing because I didn't catch everything. And then, yes, before we finalize the resolution, so the legislative council is supposed to provide the updated exhibit D and the oversight committee resolution exhibits of the legislative concerns and COAs. So that we need to do that. And then it also needs to go in the committee report. So that's, how I just bring all of this together. Thank you.
Shares, Mr. Connie?
Madam, Pro-Tem Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, that legislative concern would be the new exhibit D that we need to be added into the committee report, as well as the legislation, as this is a recommendation of conditions of appropriation and legislative concerns. So this would need an amendment for that to be updated. Exhibit D as well.
Okay, thank you, Sheriff. So we're going on exhibit D. Should they share, Chair Parrish, do you have a business unit number? Will be the program title and then the brief narrative. I think we could glean that from your form. And so for in order, Ms. Lowell, I could ask for a motion in a second to amend exhibit D. Or you can wait till the comprehensive. Okay. That's fine.
I'll do one more.
Ms. Lowell?
So for the motion second, we can just do replace current exhibit D with new exhibit D. And that'll get the business unit from Chair Parrish. And that'll be
Does there have to be a vote? Alrighty, so, should they, Chair Parrish, do you want to make the motion? To replace exhibit D with the new exhibit D?
Thank you, Chair Pro Tem Chair. Amber does for the project. And I'm gonna do business unit 116018. 11608 is the business unit number under exhibit D. The program title is the Division of Public Safety Admin. And the brief narrative, Kristen Lowell has the copy of the legislative concern, but it's essentially for the Law and Order Committee to receive a mission statement and a vision statement from the Division of Public Safety on where the Division of Public Safety is headed, and secondarily to receive the reports on the organizational chart for each program and department within the Division of Public Safety, the Law and Order Committee. Chair goes on, that's my motion.
Oh, yeah, thank you. We're good, Ms. Lowell? Okay, thank you. Committee members, I'll need a second. Okay, Shamila Lester C. Gazi, second. Any questions, committee members? You're good, Chair? All right, we'll call for the vote. Mr. Tony, if you could help with the roll call, thank you.
Pro-Tem Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, this is roll call vote for Amendment 1 and to exchange all exhibit D with new exhibit D. Legislative concern, Honorable Norman Mbige, how do you vote? Excuse Honorable Amber. Honorable Shandine Parrish, how do you vote? Honorable Shandine Parrish votes green. Honorable Lester Sigazi, how do you vote? Excuse. Lester Sigazi votes green.
Yes.
Sorry. Honorable Carl Slater, how do you vote? Excuse Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie votes green. Pro-Tem Chair, that's 3 in favor, 2 excuse them. Pro-Tem Chair now Odie.
Okay, back to me. Any other questions? Should they just? No. Okay, I do have a question.
Okay, I'll recognize Chair Amber for providing the question.
Okay, yes, thank you. So I do have a binder, but I'm curious in terms of, because I'm seeing how you're allocating your money. From the administration, it looks like. There's some significant reshuffling of money, but I've also seen, let's see. Department of Emergency Management, that's a huge increase. I know we offered a supplemental of 1.4 million. And so I would need to know in terms of, it went from, the program received 281,917. I'm talking about business unit 116019. I'm on exhibit A. And so now this proposed budget is 750. So there is an increase. If I could get some understanding, and I'll pull up the budget right now.
And yeah, you, I do believe, members of the committee, does anyone need a hard copy of the expenditure report to pull it? Or what? The expenditure report that we received at the beginning of January, does anyone need a copy, like a hard copy?
No. I just get a copy.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Toddy, did you pull, or Mr. McKay, did you send that back out to the committee? Or last expenditure report, then now we should cover it.
Which one's that?
The budget's actual, so you, so the controller has the report from Tuesday's budget bids and how much they're actually spending. So, I think we have an email, but the controller can push it up on the top of our email. So you need that hard copy.
And money going to two other programs and I'm trying to remember what they're.
Great, okay, we'll get a hard copy.
I can't answer one.
In the meantime, we'll to the program
It was.
to discuss, any budget transfers or
I
additions
don't
or
know what
modifications
I'm gonna say.
that
People
occurred
don't
and
understand.
how that changed the original budget. So, Deputy Director Henderson or, Commander New? Chair, you can tell us now.
Thank you, Chair. So I want to bring to the committee's attention that, I asked, Commander Noon at the very beginning if his, PAF was signed and whether he's considered to be an employee. Because the last information that we received was he was kind of still in limbo, which meant that he technically was not considered to be an employee. As we know, as delegates, when you're an employee, you're protected. And I asked him if he received a copy of that. He said no. So I don't want him to answer that question if you guys are okay with that, only because I don't want him to get in trouble. And if he's not an employee, he's not protected. So to answer your question, I did have that concern as well, Delegate Crotty. So I'll leave it to Director Henderson to answer that question. And we were just now looking over the budget. So I think for his response, I think it's better that he just not answer.
Thank you, Chairman. We'll hand the floor over to Deputy Director Henderson.
Thank you, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. The only way I can answer that is that, I was at a point in time in a meeting where, the former delegated director of DEM was requesting for additional funds for the DEM program. And there was discussions about what he needed the funds for. And at the time, Rory at City, commander from the Navajo Police Department, was delegated as the director of DEM. And his plan was to add on additional personnel to DEM to assist. And to also purchase equipment to assist in their response to disaster on the navigation. There were concerns about, having equipment, lacking equipment for the floodings that was happening on, certain areas of the navigation at the time. And then there was concern about, the upcoming winter and some, equipment that were needed to address, any kind of disasters that may be experienced on the navigation. What the winter weather is gonna bring, and then into the spring when snows thaw out. There's gonna be some issues with muddy conditions and I know his concern, his presentation for additional funds was regarding those at the time. However, subsequent to that meeting and that discussion, I am not, I don't have any answers as to how much monies were identified and allocated for that effort. So for the data, I can answer and provide an answer at this point. Yeah.
Thank you, Deputy Director. We're gonna go back to Chairman.
Oh, I cannot, so I'm trying to figure out, I'm looking at the budget, it's tab 24. And so this is budget unit number 116019. So there's a dramatic increase in personnel. So right here, according to this budget form, this is where I don't know if this budget form is correct. Can only do this because on page 1 of 11, I always thought that column C was the difference. So just, let me see. Is that how the budget's supposed to work? You have page 1 of 11, what I mean? That may help me with my question. Okay, do you see C, column
Yes.
C?
Yes,
Is that correct?
column C is the difference between column A and B.
Okay, because look at part 2, general funds. It says 1.364. And then the difference total is 1.676. Budget form, why don't you turn it? Are you talking about the total in column C of part 3? Oh, I'm sorry, it's 116019, Department of Emergency Management. Make sure that's all ready.
Reviewing the form 1, column C, that amount looks incorrect.
Okay, I think, can OMB just review those documents, because I'm also missing a page 3 of 11 for this business unit. And so we're supposed to get a copy of the listing of positions, because my question is, there's no new positions, but there's there's a huge increase in personnel amount, but there's no additional positions. So are the 5 people each getting like 60,000 bonus? I'm trying to see what this budget form is trying to tell me. Or so I'll just let O and B, we could come for a revisit. If you could just look at this budget one more time. I know you haven't seen it maybe since August, right? So can you just look at it and all of those numbers, I just want to be correct? And if they need to include. And then tell me, I'm assuming page 3 has to be in there. So can we just go back and freshen it up and get new eyes on it, and we could do a revisit when you're ready, working with the team. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Chair, one person receiving all this funds, we don't have, there's no budget for it, but Ms. Sophie, do you have any more comments about this budget?
To Delegate Crowley's question, yes, I haven't seen the budget since, August, so I'll compare my original budgets to this.
Okay, and then from Kristen, well, her advisement to the committee is that a revisit would be tabling this legislation. So members of the committee, if you would like to table this legislation, we can definitely come back for a revisit and have the budgets verified by the Office of Management and Budget. And the Office of Legislative Services look over the budget binders. I did work with Mr. Taki this morning to submit a memorandum to the Office of Legislative Services with concurrence from the Office of Legislative Counsel to ensure that the budget binders would be accurate. But that just went out, I think not too long ago. So members of the committee, who would like to do a revisit on the Division of Public Safety, that is advice from Office of Legislative Counsel. Their advice is to table this legislation for us to revisit after the budget binders are looked at. Delegate Sherlin Nazi?
I mean, I don't know if they need that. I think you can have that one. Yeah, I can.
Thank you, Delegate Sherlin Nazi. Delegate Sherlin Nazi, motion to table legislation. Yeah. 18324. Members of the committee, is there a second to the motion to table? Second, Delegate Mr. Nazi to table legislation 18324. For everyone to take a look at the Division of Public Safety budget binder once more. All right, members of the committee, are there any further questions on the table motion? And for clarification, for the record, Delegate Sherlin Nazi, your tabling motion is to revisit legislation 18324 after the Office of Management Budget, Office of Legislative Services published from the budget binder, so that they are accurate numbers for the proposed budget for the Division of Public Safety. Correct, okay, and delegates, unless you're on for the record, is that your concurrence? Thank you. All right, members of the committee, if there are no questions on the motion and the second, we will continue with the roll call vote. Delegate Sherlin Nazi, have you voted on the table motion? Delegate Sherlin Nazi, vote screen. Chairman, Professor Craig, how do you vote?
Should they have already?
Shut it, Cheryl, and Professor Craig, vote screen. Delegate Lester, how do you vote? Delegate Lester, how do you vote screen? With that, we're in favor, 2 members excused, since I'm not voting, I'm motion to carry. To the Division of Public Safety, Chair Eugenia Charles Taylor. We just want to verify those personnel positions, that were not listed in the budget, and we do want to know, those proper numbers that are each budget. So we will do a revisit on the legislation, but I'll work with you, Chair, on your schedule and put you in to bring that before the committee. Thank you, Chair Eugenia Charles. Thank you to the meeting director. We look forward to continuing the conversation on your budget.
Oh, yeah, I can see.
And it does appear that we do have new representation from law and order committee agents. I was notified that, the reader of the speaker's office will be assisting you with presenting the budgets of the legislative branch. Chair, Junior Shelter.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Chair Parrish. So although I appreciate Florinda's assistance with this, I think that some of the questions that the committee does ask, it goes to the directors, because that's their responsibility in preparing the budget. That's one of their requirements. What I have seen in the past is where we have somebody present the information and then they can't answer the question. And so it just kind of, in my opinion, it's a waste of the committee's time because this has happened at LOC. So I did let Rodney know that I did require the directors to be present during this time, or somebody who can answer questions that would be posed by the committee, such as employees, how many vacant positions there are, what are the what are the issues that the maybe division or department is facing in terms of hiring? So I think you guys have asked that question with Division of Public Safety. So Chair Parrish, as the chair, I did ask that the division directors be present to answer questions from the Budget and Finance Committee. Thank you.
Well, they got eight. Thank you, Mr. Junior Shelter, and with the statement that Mr. Junior Shelter is as well as the chair. The oversight chair has the authority to negotiate with the Budget and Finance Committee, and if that's a part of the negotiation, then we will work with that. Members of the committee, the chair of law and orders, acting from the division, the directors of the that are a part of the law and order recommendations being present here. The legislative branch, excuse me, notified Mr. Taki that the Labor Commission and the Office of Hearings and Bill, those directors are not available for the budget hearing today. So we'll move to legislation 174. I can do a call for the Department of Justice, as Mr. Nalrodis did notify the committee that Mr. Beecher would be on his way back. But just before I move on to moving with the agenda, members of the committee.
What do you do?
Just let you know that Chair Junior is not prepared to discuss the Labor Commission budget and then also the hearings budget. So I'll do a call for the Department of Justice to see if Mr. Beecher is available, and I'll go back to the committee. Members, or I guess I'll do a call to the public for legislation 17424. Mr. Nalrodis from the Department of Justice notified the committee that Mr. Chris Beecher would be on his way back for this legislation. Mr. Chris Beecher, are you in the audience?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair Parrish. I am about 6 minutes away from being there in person. I'm more than happy to let the report go forward, and I'll be there in just a minute as I pull into Winter Rock, but I'm about 6 minutes out.
Also to, but can we get a whole bunch?
Thank you.
Can we get a whole bunch?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chris Beecher, for responding to the call. While you make your way to the Budget and Finance Committee room, I'll have Mr. Rodney talking with legislation 17424.
Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee have legislation summary sheet tracking number 017-24 date July 16, 2024, titled resolution and action relating to law and order committee and the Budget and Finance Committee recommending and including the fiscal year 2025 budget for the nomination Department of Justice and related matters to be included in the nominations FY 2025 comprehensive budget. This legislation is approved, will approve and recommend to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed FY 2025 budget for the nomination Department of Justice Budget Finance Committee has final authority over this legislation. Will be read into the record in its entirety. The primary sponsor on this legislation is Honorable Eugene Charles Newton for legislation number 0174-249, relating the Law and Order Committee, the Budget Finance Committee, and recommending and adopting the fiscal year 2025 budget for the nomination Department of Justice and related matters, including the nominations FY 2025 comprehensive budget, D and acting section 1 authority 8. The Law and Order Committee, LOC, the standing committee, the nomination council with oversight authority over the nomination Department of Justice, in section 600. A and 2 in NC section 601 C1. B, the Budget Finance Committee, PFC, is the standing committee, the nomination council authorized the recommendation to the council, the budget manager of the nomination funds. 2 in NC section 300A, section 301 B2. The BFC is specifically authorized to make recommendations to the council regarding the nomination and the comprehensive budget for each fiscal year. Quote in NC section 840A. Section 2, finding the Law and Order Committee, the Budget Finance Committee held budget meetings and the report from the permanent staff and Office of Management and Budget regarding the proposed FY 2025 budget from the Department of Justice, 12 in NC section 848. B, the nomination of appropriate act states that the oversight committee budget recommends shall not exceed the base planning amount 12 in NC section 848. C, the Budget Finance Committee finds and approves the proposed FY 2025 budget for the Department of Justice and exclusion of such budget and applications FY 2025 comprehensive budget with presidential nomination. Section 3, Law and Order Committee recommends that the Budget Finance Committee the fiscal 2025 budget for the nomination Department of Justice and related matters. A, the Law and Order Committee hereby recommends the 2025 budget for the Department of Justice as detailed in the fund budget summary attached here to exhibit A. B, the Law and Order Committee hereby approves certain revisions, if any, to the proposed FY 2025 budget in the amount of the Department of Justice as shown in columns E and E in the general fund comparative summary attached here to exhibit B. C, the Law and Order Committee recommends the changes if any to the general fund budget described in exhibit C and D. The Law and Order Committee recommends certain conditions or appropriations with legislative concerns if any attached in exhibit E. The Law and Order Committee recommends that certain unmet needs of any from the Department of Justice be included in the FY 2025 comprehensive budget explained in exhibit E. As the Law and Order Committee has presented with external funds anticipated for FY 2025 and any is listed in exhibit F. G, the Law and Order Committee recommends that the Budget Finance Committee include the Department of Finance FY 2025 budget. All committee recommendations set forth in exhibit A and B. The appropriate plan for the committee report attached as exhibit G. H, the Law and Order Committee hereby authorize the chairman and vice chairperson to negotiate with the Budget Finance Committee on the recommendation. Section 4, Budget Finance Committee that's approving the fiscal year 2025 budget for the nomination of the Department of Justice and related matters. The Budget Finance Committee approves of the Department of Justice FY 2025 budgets as set forth in exhibit A through E and further explains the Budget Finance Committee report attached to exhibit H to serve as the BFC's recommendation to the nomination councils for the FY 2025 comprehensive budget. Section 5, directive. A, the Office of Legislative Services shall attach the LOC's committee report as exhibit G reflecting all amendments if any to be made through this action, including amendments to exhibit or updates to the budget finance document and or approved by LOC. B, the Office of Legislative Services shall attach the BFC committee report as exhibit A reflecting all amendments of any made to this action, including amendments to the exhibit or updates to the budget binders document as approved by BFC section 6. Effective date this action shall become effective as provided to NC section 189A. Attached exhibit A, which is the budget. The fund budget type summary for the Executive Office of the Department of Justice in the amount totaling for FY 2024 budget, general fund budget of 12,667,971 for the proposed general fund budget of 11,996,922. The tax exhibit B, which is the general fund comparative summary in column C is the branch chief proposed FY 2025 general fund budget amount of 11,886,998 and D, the oversight recommend the FY 2025 general fund budget amount of 11,886,998. Taxes exhibit C, which is the recommended contained general funds, which is none. Taxes exhibit E, which is the recommendation conditions of appropriation legislative concern, which is none. The taxes exhibit E, which is the recommended unmet needs budget, is a total amount of 1,674,599. The taxes exhibit F, which is external fund anticipated for FY 2025, and is the amount of 331,750.69 attaches the first report, the legislative branch of the Public Assembly for legislation number 0174-24. Sponsored Honorable Eugene. And 9:12 p.m. The project time period on July 23rd.
Thank you. Sorry, one more time. If you pause, I know that there was an interruption on Zoom and also there's chattering in the background. We are having a legislation read into the record. So we just keep it down. Thank you, Mr. Jarvis.
There was no comments supporting this legislation, no comments approving this legislation, no comments recommendation on this legislation. Then you have the Law and Order Committee, 25th Nomination Council, second year to 2024 committee report. The committee reports that these passed with 2 amendments. Amendment number 1 is replace Exhibit E with new Exhibit E to reflect the edits in the explanation of the recommended unmet needs to the FY 2025 general fund budget for business unit number 104001, Office of the Attorney General, and the amount of the unmet need of $579,195 to be edited as follows. Unmet needs to cover the proportion 6 professional staff vacancy positions at 1808 hours, in addition to cover underscore supplies, lease and rental strike through travel expenses included in airfare. And the special transaction for the insurance policy payment, general liability, workers' comfort, personal expenses, 12-10 regular in the amount of underscore $516,312, strike through $547,709, strike through 3,000, travel commercial airfare, strike through 17,226, underscore 4,000, supplies 2,000, underscore 5,000, lease and rental $2,000. And 7,000 for special transactions, strike through 3,805. 40,883 equals $597,195. And to the Law and Order Committee directs the Department of Justice to provide an update on Exhibit E to Law and Order Committee Legislative Advisory by the end of today, August 6, 2024. The committee also directs the Department of Justice to update its budget findings to reflect amendments prior to legislation 0174-24 being presented to the Budget and Finance Committee. Amendment number 2, replace Exhibit A and Exhibit B with new Exhibit A and Exhibit B. The Law and Order Committee directs the Department of Justice to provide the updated Exhibit A and Exhibit B to Law and Order Committee Legislative Advisor by the end of today, August 6, 2024. Read number, read letters to city paragraph sections and exhibits A is necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Service and Office of the Council are authorized to make technical edits to this legislative exhibits, including any needed adjustments to dollar amount listed and to implement the council's intent in approving this legislation as amended. This amendment supersedes and consists words with other committees from council amendments, which wording shall be conformed to this amendment. Attaches the new exhibit A, the new exhibit B, the new exhibit E, as well as the Law and Order of the 25th Nomination Council's vote tally sheet, with 2 in favor, 0 opposed, and 3 not voting. Madam Chairman of the Budget and Finance Committee, that is legislation number 0174-24 read to the record in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Jarvis, for reading the legislation to the record. Adult legislation 17424 in front of the Budget and Finance Committee. This is in regard to the Department of Justice budget. And have the sponsor, Jerry, and our student present. We also have Mr. Chris Beecher here. Welcome up to the presenters table. And thank you to the Office of Management Budget for handing out the budget reports. Members of the committee share a motion to consider the legislation. Motion by Chairman Friday. Do you have a second to the motion? Second by Delegate Sherilyn Ghazi. I will hand the floor over to the Office of Management Budget to begin their budget report.
Good afternoon, Chair Parrish and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. I'll go ahead and do the OMB report. There's the table of contents, A through E. A, you have your FY 25 fund type budget summary. B, the FY 24 third quarter expenditure report. C, FY 24 third quarter performance assessment report. D, FY 24 third quarter plans of operation status report. And E, the conditions of appropriations and legislative concern report. So I'll go ahead and go into the budget summary. Under the Department of Justice, there's 3 business units. The FY 24 approved budget amount was $7,932,179. The proposed budget is $6,932,179. $562,992. There's an indirect cost amount of $2,088,473. That gives a total amount of $8,651,465. And the next page is the budget status report. The original budget amount for the third quarter, for FY 24. The original amount is $9,719,632. The revised budget amount was $10,432,833.48. Actual amount is $6,214,075.23. Encumbered amount is $77,537.13. Budget available is $4,141,221.12. And I will go ahead and turn it over to Ms. Janet McKay to do the performance report.
Okay, for the third quarter performance assessment, there are 3 business units. First quarter average is 5.0, which is exceeding. Second quarter is 3.20, which is acceptable. Third quarter is 4.87. That is meeting. Moving on to the plan of operation status report. There are 3 business units and there are 3 plans of operations that are outdated. Dated from 1990, 1993, and 2008. And moving on to the immediate conditions of appropriation legislative concerns. Again, the 3 all divisions department programs, the Department of Justice did not respond to any of the 3 for all 4 quarters. And then moving on to the legislative concerns for the Department of Justice, there are 3. All for business unit 104001, which is the Department of Justice. The first legislative concern today, the second quarter, there was no response and status of non-compliance. Second is business unit 14001, today is first quarter, no response, non-compliance. Third one is business unit 14001, which is the third quarter, there was no response and the status is ongoing. That completes the OMB report, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Sosi and Ms. McKee, for the report on the Department of Justice. Members of the committee, does anyone have any questions for the Office of Manager and Budget? Chairwoman Professor Brown.
Oh, yeah, thank you. So I have a question in terms of the legislative concerns 1, 2, and 3. Because now understanding, would you be able to check if there was any response for the fourth quarter? Just to double check, and that could be done, not right now, but when we get into the budget, and then you could just give me an update if there was any response, because then we'll have to move. Ms. Lowell, we could look at these concerns and see if they could be modified into conditions of appropriation. And then I will work on a legislative concern regarding the plan of operation. It looks like for business unit 104001, it's been 35 years since the plan of operation was into law. And then 104002. There'll be some questions, but that's been since 1993. And then Office of the Prosecutor, I know that there's been some changes, but there hasn't been a change to the plan of operation until 2008. But I think, Chair, what we have to do is, it sounds like the programs are expanding or modifying from their plan of operation, but they're not going to their oversight. And so the question for OMB is, when they submit their budgets, do you look at their plan of operation? Like on how they're budgeting for personnel or some of their programs? I'm just curious, so Oli, can you give me some guidance on that, or are you strictly just looking at the numbers are correct? Because I would need to know, how the budget reflects like in their plan of operation, mostly like their organizational chart, because now I'm hearing like new positions. And we fund those positions, but it doesn't reflect in their plan of operation, so just help me understand that, thank you.
Thank you, Joe, and everyone that's regarding. I will hand the floor over to Office Manager Budget.
Thank you, Delegate Crowley. For our budget section, we mainly look at the numbers and also the positions. And making sure that everything is accurate accordingly to their allocation. But with management and policy section, they look more into the plan of operation. And conditions of appropriation.
And that is Ms. McCabe.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Sosi. Ms. McCabe, did you also respond?
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. With the plan of operations, we just, basically monitor the status of the, current, plan of operations, but we do not address the organizational chart. And for your question, Madam Chair, I'm sorry, Robbie, your question prior to this, there was no response at all to any of the legislative concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McCabe, and thank you, Ms. Sosi, again, for the responses. Gentlemen, everyone has provided you for our questions. Thank you, Delegate Shirley Hassing.
Thank you. I do want to go to the report that you write on the budget status report. So I'm trying to figure out some math here, and then now that and my question would go back to a lot of the unmet needs. And so I think it kind of help me understand how that money flows. So you have the original budget, which was, which was approved. Then in the second top, the third column is the revised budget. Now, the revised budget, my understanding is that money from unmet needs also go into that. But it doesn't show like how much. The only way we would know is if we look at the legislation CS 3924. So they had two unmet needs, which kind of comes up to $1.1 million. Now, when I add that up with the original, it comes up to 1,800,000, which is, we're missing about 453. So then I go back to the unmet needs, and at the top in 1, 2, and 3, there's also some funding for like general wage adjustment for 2023. There's 4% wage adjustment for 2024. And then there's also some step increases and bonuses that took place. So my question would be, like for this report or for budget and finance, do you guys go into detail in terms of how those money all get put into the new programs? So I'm trying to figure out how that is done, how, again, just following the money. I'm trying to understand for this, how do we know, like, when there's an increase or when there's a revised budget, does the program or the committee receive a report, and how do you track that unmet needs moving forward? Because then I think they would, well, anyways, let me just stop there. That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Shirley Hassing. Okay, I think you have multi faceted questions. The Budget and Finance Committee has received reports on the budget transfers, revisions, and modifications. You'll think you might have received the last quarter's report on that. We were with the all this on and then Mr. Biel, so I can ask Mr. Hassing. Right.
I'm sorry, say it again?
Rodney, did you work with Ms. Naka to get the most updated version of the verb, the DRR, on the budget revisions for the last report that we received. And then, send that over to the committee, Delegate Shelley, not to have any questions on those transfers. And I know exactly when you do this, but you don't have the computers in front of you, so I'll just go off of the last report that we received. And then if you have some questions for the update, then we definitely ask that for only, they don't have it right now. So we can solve the last report that we received. So, is that the bulk of your question, or do you have like more detailed questions outside of that?
Well, for now, that's gonna be my question, because then it turns into probably what our delegate probably might want to ask, but when you look at the budget, then with the hours of weekly legal services, that gets cut out, so. I just, yeah, I just want to see how it gets moving around and how we follow, or how even, I don't need how you follow that and how you see your work. Just since I'm new, I don't frame those questions. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you, Delegate Shirley Yasi, for that question. This is the report that Mr. Tafi's passing out. That's the budget's actual, so what they budgeted and what they're actually spending, for the closeout report. Dated in.
This is a fiscal year, this was the first quarter of fiscal year 25, right?
Right, this is for the, right after the first quarter, so we do have data for the continuing resolution in the first quarter, so this is for the office of controller. But to your question about how the budget transfers, revisions, and modifications are happening on that, since they're Rodney, or I didn't get that report. But in office manager budget has any comments on that, otherwise, we first the report that was given, I think. November, from associates, do you have any responses?
Thank you, Delegate, I'll go ahead and answer your question. Any of the budget revisions consist of any additional funds that were approved after the original budget, and also consist of, budget revision requests. That's my answer.
Yeah, good, yeah. Delegate Shirley, ask you more questions.
That's good for now.
Okay. Members of the committee, does anyone else have questions for office manager budget?
Okay, I have a question.
Chairwoman Amber has a
Thank you. So this is not on your report, but if you receive the documents, again, I know that this has been since August. So I'm looking at tab 1. Exhibit A. I didn't see any, were there amendments from the committee? On this? Well, if you look at exhibit A, those numbers are not adding up to me.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that was fixed. Because, it'll say 104001, office of the attorney, office of the attorney general is the total is, 8,964,000. So I think the numbers are. You can change that exhibit A. I don't know if the committee did it. You can just check this.
Chair Parrish, could I don't know if the sponsor just doesn't get any documents, but I keep having to ask for documents, and as a delegate, I shouldn't have to. These documents should be made available to me. I don't have this, whatever you're talking about, Delegate Crotty.
Okay. Staff, can you give delegate Friday? And I'm not even closer, right? And I'm not even chair, so I'm being way too much at 4:38. So, I'll report that. I just wanted to see that to get all the time. So when we go into the legislation, that exhibit A, I just want to make sure. Thank you.
Thank you, and I believe the Department of Justice has that booklet, so the Department of Justice can hand it over to the booklet to share you the chart meeting.
Oh, that's a good clarification.
Sure.
Delegate Crotty, which tab did you say,
I
tab
said
A?
tab 1,
Oh, tab-
exhibit A.
And then for the record, everyone's referring to the supplemental material and the budget binder or the budget booklet that the Department of Justice has prepared, so Mr. Choppy, could you take a look at that, exhibit A for reference? And then the office manager budget, we need to take on that or associated with that, okay.
Okay, yeah, that can be done.
Okay, so we're all taking, we have our eyes on.
Okay, wait, it looks like there was, oh, wait, okay, so. It does look like the committee asked for an exhibit A, so it's included after the committee report. So, DOJ did update exhibit A.
Thank you, and then for the record, Chair and Professor Party stating that the law and order committee did take action on exhibit A, and that's reflected in the budget. Okay, Terry, Professor Party, you have more question? This time that we will continue to look through the budget binder, to ensure that it does comply with the legislation before us, legislation 17424. Again, we do have a motion from Gentleman Professor Hardy and second from Delegate Chairman Godby. Members of the committee have no further questions for the management budget at this time. We can go into the presentation on the legislation. Terry, you can tell us the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Parrish and also BNF committee. So this budget was kind of interesting in that at the time AG branch presented information to the Law and Order Committee. And again, at that time, there was some confusion on the amount that was supposed to be used. So we did advise her that we had to use the BNF amount. So this one was a little bit confusing in that we went with the legislation that was posted and went through the 5-day comment period that did list the BNF amount. But the documents that she submitted were for the 3-branch agreement. So this is the first time I'm looking at the actual budget where I believe I'm hoping it is the BNF amount. And so I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to my agents at this time and they can explain their budget. You have to
Thank you. All of those
Thank you, Chair Parrish. Appreciate the time and the ability to work with us on the schedule. I wanted to go ahead and offer up, Barb had sitting next to me, she had an explanation of what had happened initially with regards to the submission. So I just want to get the clarification from Barb before we go forward. Thank you, Chair Parrish. My name is Chris Beecher. I'm the acting Deputy Attorney General. Very happy to be here today. Kia ani nishna. Opet deskidine e bashishin porochini dashiche. Aro inda sinchetsa adet inidine e dasinella. Ponesnes didn't nasha. Opet ego edine nishla. Thank you very much for having us today. We do appreciate your time and I'll turn it over to Barb if that's okay with you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. My name is Barbara Calvin. I'm the Administrative Service Officer with the Office of the Attorney General. The budget that is put in, that we present to you at this time is the one that was approved by BNF.
And to Department of Justice, you want to walk us through your proposals and it needs any further narrative to the legislation?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that's just to add on, if it's this committee's wish and they want to add anything else in there for funding, I appreciate it. I know right off the back earlier this year and sometime around April, and then later on in June, we had some funding in progress through ARPA, which eventually got swept, although it was in the process with the OC. I've been in talks with our controller
about trying to get some of that funding back, but it was about $1.5 million in ARPA funding that got swept back that we didn't get to use at all. And I know that in speaking with the acting attorney general, Heather Claw, she had mentioned that she did speak with Chair Crotty regarding the prosecutor's office and some modulars that we're trying to get set up for them. And that was also funding that was swept back into the funding. So within that sense, that when I look at these numbers, I know that there's actually a deficit here because we didn't get any of the computers that we were able to you know, that were in the process of being purchased and actually deeply in the process of being purchased. They just didn't get included when the money was pulled back. So I know that just looking at any of these numbers, whatever that number is, knowing that 1.5 million was there to upgrade Department of Justice's computer systems, which in my profession as an attorney are critical to make sure that we have computers that are up to date and working from security measures to protect the interests of the nation, to protect our sovereignty, and just the overall security of all of our secured documents within litigation and et cetera. But I would ask that, you know, if we do have any additional funding, seeing it on 3 weeks into this, I know that we do need more funding coming forward, but we're absolutely would be happy with any additional funding that you do see fit. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Chair, Chair Gina Charles, does that include your presentation?
Well, you guys have the budget right now that's in front of you. There was questions about the Navajo Hopi Legal Service Program. As you can see in tab 1 on Exhibit A, Navajo Hopi Legal Program, the FY24, and I'm sorry, my eyes still dilate a little bit, so I'm taking off my glasses. But the Navajo Hopi Legal Service Program FY24 had $319,663. The proposed general fund budget for this year is 0. There was also a increase in the Office of the Attorney General. FY24 budget was $3,373,012. The proposed general fund budget is $3,502,669 with indirect cost funds of $2,088,473. And then there was also the Office of the Prosecutor at FY24, $3,841,296. The proposed general fund, $3,060,323. So I just want to bring that to the attention of the committee, that when we asked questions about the change in the funding, there wasn't very much answers provided to us at that time. So I just want to point that out to the committee. And again, it is in front of you at this time. And in terms of the unmet needs, I know that that then AG branch, did talk about some of the unmet needs when we asked about some of the grants that were made available to the Department of Justice. We didn't get a breakdown of how many grants they received and how much money of the grants they had. And again, this is my first time looking at this budget, because the other one that was presented during the time was a different amount. So I just want to bring that to the attention of the committee, that we did ask about some of the K account funding that wasn't disclosed at that time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Judy Charles. Thank you to the Department of Justice. We do have a motion and a second on the legislation. I will go to the budget finance committee for any questions on legislation 17424. I'll go to Council Delegate Shelley Young.
Thank you for the presentation. I do have a question on
the Navajo legal services. I wanted to know what, why there's gonna be no funding for it and. Yeah.
Thank you. Dr. Chairman, I'll go back to sponsor and her agents of the Department of Justice.
Okay, it was, mentioned, during the Law and Order Committee, Ms. Branch was saying that the, Navajo relocation had come into close and that they weren't taking in a lot of clients anymore. And that the US government, had lifted all that up, so there was no need to continue the Navajo legal service. So what happened in this budget is the funding that was allocated to the Navajo, we end up adding that to the Office of the Attorney General Business Unit 104001. Only because we moved the positions that were under the Navajo Legal Service. We had 3 positions and we moved them under Office of the Attorney General.
I'll go back to, thank you, Department of Justice. I'll go back to Delegate Shirley Housing.
So then it goes back to the leads report where the plan of operation hasn't been updated. And you would be in compliance with that plan of operation. The other thing would be, have you provided a closeout report? Or that shows that all other work has been completed to the Navajo Legal commissioners? Or to the oversight? That's my question. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Delegate Shirley Housing. Before we go to the Office of Management and Budget, we'll go back to the Department of Justice to respond to the questions. And then, if the Office of Management and Budget has any updates, then we'll go to the Department of Justice.
I believe that there's no closeout or anything that's being done at this point, not to my knowledge, but I actually need to check with the Ms. Claw, Heather Claw, to see if that was ever done. I wasn't working with her on closing out a lot of those issues. We had a senior programs and project specialist that was handling all these. I need to go back and find and see what the status is on that. So I can't really answer you yes or no. Thank you.
To the Office of Management Budget, do you have any updates? Thank you, Madam Chair. No, there are no updates to the plan operation. Thank you. Delegate Shirley Housing, is your question to the Office of Management and Budget to see if the modifications to the personnel budgets comply with their plan of operation? Is that your question?
That would be my question. So like when a program is and how is that determined? Is it just one individual that makes the decision? And probably with that, would be like commissioners, that would be something to also, make sure that they get looped into this discussion. But that's kind of my question, since there's plan operations, at what time are we closing up, and is it that simple? I don't know what that process is like.
Delegate Shirley Housing, maybe your question maybe be surrounded by moving those positions from that, from the does taking the positions away from the Navajo Legal Services Program. Does that action, I guess, Office Management, does that action, are they not fulfilling their duties in the plan of operation? Or, is that your question, I guess? I'm trying to phrase the question, help you phrase the question back to office manager budget, so they can specifically look at the plan of operation and see what part of the plan of operation they're not fulfilling. So, like, does taking away from these personnel positions, does that not satisfy a service from the Navajo legal service? You know what I mean? I guess, to elaborate on that, I don't know, I'm asking, I'm helping you kind of flesh out the question, but,
Thank you, I appreciate that, but yeah, that it would come down to that is, what is that justification for closing out this program? And the other question is to, yeah, have you informed the, whoever the clients were? Have they been informed that your office was gonna close, and how is that done? So that's why I was asking, what kind of, how is that process? How does everybody communicate with one another in that process? Cause you have the relocating teams, you have the commissioners, have, oversight, all of these individuals, how do we do that in a way that we're not just running around and then close the program and everybody knows how we can do it.
Thank you, for expanding on that. I will give the question over to acting deputy attorney general and the Department of Justice.
Thank you, Council Delegate Yazzie, appreciate the question. In looking at just the numbers plainly and what I would consider kind of it's still a large amount, but a smaller amount within the budget. In me just kind of running through the process, if there was attorneys or staff assigned over there specifically for this particular unit, and we weren't utilizing them to the fullest extent, I think an acceptable practice would be to move them over, still offer the services if needed. Although it sounds like from the report earlier in the previous year that the work may be going down, that they would want to fill, make sure we don't just have attorneys sitting around. And I think it's probably the practice of what they did is they just simply moved them over to OAG so they could use them not only for OAG, but also for these types of services as well. And I'd be more than happy to look into that to make sure that that was the case. We wouldn't typically just cut services and say, we can't help you anymore. I think it's probably more of the dwindling amount of requests for service in that particular category would necessitate a change with that. So that would be my answer to that, but I am more than happy to take a look at that and next summer before the committee, more than happy to report on it.
Thank you, deputy attorney general, and to check the results, given as oversight of the Department of Justice was the law and order committee on five of the issues.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Was the law and order committee notified of these changes as the oversight committee?
No, we weren't. The Law and Order Committee again experienced the same issue where we had asked AG Branch to report on certain things that were never reported on. And so I know that there were a lot of questions regarding the budget, but again, this is the first time I'm seeing this budget. Because there was a different budget that she presented to us during the budget hearing. But during the course of the Law and Order Committee, whenever we asked her to provide a report, she did, but it was very general. There was really never any specific answers given provided for the questions that we asked. So to answer your question, Chair Parrish, we can ask for a closeout report. So I wasn't even aware of the non-funding for that particular program. We were told that they were going to be cutting down those positions, but we weren't told that they were going to zero it out completely. So this is the first time I'm seeing that, Chair Parrish. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry, for your childhood. I will go back to the budget and finance committee. Bill, you're showing now, do you have some last comments or
last questions to this topic. Could we go back and do a revisit on that? Just a little report and before we move forward, I think we need to kind of look at, you know, why. Because I just want to know what's going on, it could be just like, each teacher has been, his explanation is, but I think the part that concerns me a lot is the letting our Amazon be when our relocatees, you know, to be informed of any changes, because if you can't get run back to full operation, I'm sure that's what the program will have to do, this department. And, you know, just trying to keep them informed, and I guess, I'm not sure, like, again, how other programs in the past have closed out. If there was even a procedure that, you know, we're supposed to follow, I don't know. I'm just trying to, so if there's a way, maybe we could just revisit. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Delegate Shirley Posey. I mean, I think it's a follow to anyone who, I think the chair too, who think about budget again in these revisions. Law order, I think it's, I don't know if we've ever come across a budget this year that zeroes out the program, and I don't know if we've seen that this year. But if the committee would like to table this legislation, for that report, as Department of Justice has implied that Heather Claw would likely be the individual to give that report back to the committee and to be present, when this budget is being heard. The committee can definitely do that. If you all would like to further take a look at that, to give the opportunity again to the Department of Justice to kind of gather their information on where they're moving forward, because it doesn't sound like they're giving the information to the law and order committee as well, which is also upsetting. I mean, they're supposed to work together, so, but I leave it to the committee, whether you want to table it now, if you want to consider a legislative concern, but I'll go back to the committee for any actions on this time.
Before we do that, can I ask?
Oh, apologies. Yes, we'll think about that for now, and we'll go to Chairman and Professor Friday for more questions on the budget.
Okay, yeah, thank you, appreciate it. Committee members, so in the continuing resolution, it does look like DOJ has spent their entire budget when it comes to contractual services. But it looks like they have some other projected funding, so I just wanted to say that for the record. And then I started looking at tab 2. Before the listing of positions. So I start looking at the hours. So I do see that there's prorated hours on current employees. And then the vacant positions, what some of the vacant positions are, you know, at a very low rate, like 640. I'm trying to look at your next page or. Let me just say, I'm also concerned on your salary adjustment, there's object code, 2200, you don't have anything, budgeted for salary increases, so I'm just assuming you use your, personal lap savings fund, but we're really, asking programs to budget out what you believe will be salary increases or adjustments. Because there's gonna be policy changes when it comes to the personal lap savings fund. And then it looks like, you know, majority of the programs rely on those 3 quarters, but then they're relying on vacant positions. And so we'll be looking at some policy things, but I'm sorry, I don't have a page number, but it is, I do. Page number 11 of 13, so you have a lot of positions that do cost share, so that's great. I wanted to ask, I'm not familiar with the business unit for, well, I'm sorry, for the Attorney General. So there's a controller center, so controller, this is where you know, the US Treasury guidelines have specific provisions on what we can charge for ARPA personnel. And so my concern here, and I'll put it as a legislative concern, is you have a handful of individuals who are getting paid, half of their pay comes from ARPA. But the department has to then provide some. Like, are they really spending half of their time with ARPA related projects? To use that ARPA funding. I think that's where, especially this year, as we transition out, so I would need the program to give me a little bit more on that, so that I'm working with the controller. Because you rely a lot of that on your budget, so for the attorney general, you rely on ARPA for 100,000. Your, your other positions here, looks like, I'm just gonna say 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7 positions have some cost share with ARPA. So let's just make sure that those are actual hours, or because we have 1 quarter, I don't know if you anticipate the next 3 quarters. So that's just something that we could look at together. The other, so I would want some feedback, and I did see, I did see the breakdown on how you use ARPA money. And it looks like you use a lot of money for the contract. Looks like from the page, oh, right here, I'm sorry, page 13 of 3. So this is the breakdown for ARPA. 13 of 13, sorry. So when I go to 6,500 contractual services. Maybe there's just a slight editing thing, because it says fiscal year 2022. So that, let me just check, that has to be something. And so it does say anticipated for 2024. So if it was 23, we spent 18.5 million in contractual services for ARPA. I think this correlates to the legislative concern, because the question was to the Department of Justice, how do you use your contract money and who's contracted? Because this year you're looking at 15.4 million. And because this committee has done a lot of work when it comes to ARPA. I just don't know then what these contracts, what they're developing or what they're working on. Because I would say at times, the committee spends about 75% of their workload working on ARPA. And we haven't received any feedback, and we did receive a confidential email, and that information on there was not accurate. So it's also looking at, are these contracted attorneys really providing the services that Navigation is entering contracts with. So I see that personnel. So this year you expect, the way that I'm reading this is you expect to use about 5.7, maybe 5.8 in personnel for from ARPA. And then travel, same amount almost. Lease and rental, just give me an idea what your leasing and rental, your rental is when it comes to ARPA. The utilities, repair and maintenance, just give me an idea how you're utilizing this money and then special transactions. Because I didn't really see a breakdown when we tried to ask the different programs how they were expending their ARPA dollars. But we want to make sure in speaking with deputy or acting deputy. So acting deputy attorney general Beecher just mentioned there was some laptops that needed to be purchased. So I just want to see, even though they were recaptured, I just want to see then if there's a possibility to get that in your unmet needs. So that's why I'm asking a lot of ARPA related questions, because it'd be important to know how the program is utilizing those dollars. Shadeja Chair, those are my questions at this time. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Shadow Chairwoman Amber Cassatari. Will and the floor back over to Acting Deputy Attorney General Confusion.
Thank you, Madam Chair, appreciate that. Yeah, as I was looking at this for lease and rental, it looks like it's blank on that particular page, but I couldn't tell you what they were using it for in that sense, but it doesn't seem like they have anything budgeted for this particular cycle. I wanted to defer to Barb as far as,
I
uh,
don't know.
you know,
Brittany handled that.
oh, Brittany handled our, okay, I appreciate that. Yeah, and I think to that point, Madam Chair and members of the committee, I think more than happy, if you would like us to report on those aspects, and I do think that they are, very important to figure out if we've closed out correctly, if we're complying with the plan of operation. And even with these questions with ARPA-related issues. If you want to, we can present that report in a committee, NABI meeting, if you want to do that, or if you want us to come back at any point, before that, we're more than happy to. But with regards to, this particular ARPA one, Brittany Stowe, who's the one who prepared all this, has left about two weeks ago. And they had a going away party for her and everything. And I actually didn't even get to meet her, other than previous to that. But I'm more than happy to circle back and present any of the answers that you need for this.
Okay, thank you, acting deputy attorney general. So when this legislation is tabled, the committee, and then given a motion, if the committee would like to make that, then they would specify when to come back with like certain points of material. And do revisit likely next week, but the committee has also scheduled a special or regular budget and finance committee meeting next Wednesday as well. So I'll leave it to the committee on when we can work that out. But while we're working out those logistics, how many days do you think you'll have that information ready back to the committee?
I think we could have it, Madam Chair, I think we could have that probably within 5 to 7 days.
Chairwoman, everything for probably you all questions.
Okay, I'll just, we gotta wait for today to come back. I don't have follow-up, but, where I don't, yes, so I do have conditions, just to state the record, I do have conditions of appropriation that I requested. And they would be so if Mr. Acting Deputy Attorney General can, I don't think you gave the committee any insight on why there was no response to the fiscal year 24 legislative concerns. So it's the back page of the OMB report. All of these will turn into conditions of appropriation. But if you could give us some information in terms of right now, like identifying a point of contact. So while things change in the Department of Justice, then we could at least have an individual that we know that will be providing these reports. And we'll ask staff, let's every quarter, maybe let's just have, as we do our strategic planning, just every quarter, monitor the unmet needs requests that they're spending on the dollars, and then start, working with OMB to get just these updates on it, if anybody's submitting. I know OMB provides that quarterly report, so we could start looking at that and then notify the program, so it's not just here during the budget. Let's see. That's my number. Okay, I gotta wait for.
Oh, yeah. Okay, do you have any follow-up questions or do you need any response?
No, I mean, it's really the ARPA ones,
Questions?
and they need like 5 or 7 days.
Yeah. We can have, but no further questions.
And then I'll just offer the amendment, but I want to hear what Chair Charles did. Okay, if you have anything on that.
Thank you for asking questions about the ARPA funding. The committee did have questions regarding the ARPA, and I'm glad that you brought up the contractual spending, because that was also a concern from the committee. is why we're spending so much money entering into these contracts. But the committee did ask for a copy of all of the contracts that have been entered into for ARPA, as well as a breakdown of each of those contracts, and then copies of those contracts. What we were told was that information was confidential. But what we argued is that we are the Navajo Nation per the definitions within the Navajo Nation Code. And so to make the argument that these are confidential from council is a ridiculous argument to make. So we did ask about the contracts, and to date we haven't received that, so I do want to point that out. The other thing I also forgot to mention to the committee that was also a concern that I didn't mention to Budget and Finance Committee, that was also a concern of Law and Order Committee, is if you turn to tab 4 under the prosecutor's office, the prosecutors are not funded at the full, I think it's 2088. They're at 1,712 hours. When we asked why, like whether that was a, I guess a discrepancy or maybe like something that needed to be edited, what we were told was that the prosecutors did receive a pay increase. And they borrowed against the end of the year. So they're not fully funded for the whole year. And I, as chair, I did get upset with the Chief Prosecutor Vernon Jackson. And I said he basically is tying the hands of council and Law and Order Committee to fully fund the rest of the year at the amount that he gave his employees. So I guess in a way, he like forward, what do you call it? What do you say that? Like paid, I don't want to say pay it forward because it's not pay it forward, but he paid in advance using the hours. And so that needs to be fully funded. Otherwise, we're going to have prosecutors, like we're not going to have them at the full year. And that was something, I think that Chair Parrish and I think we had a brief discussion about this, and you said that you guys were going to be talking about how the personal lapse fund, like how that could be, how that's going to be used in the future. But this one's a little bit different. And that's one of the things I need to bring to this committee, that we need to fully fund. I think it's at 2088 is what it should be funded at, but he has it at 1,712. And so hopefully our prosecutors are not put on furlough or they're not going to leave because we're not paying them through the whole year. Thank you.
Sure, thank you, Chair, Charles Newman, otherwise the Chair Crown.
Well, yeah, thank you. Appreciate Chair raising that issue. We've seen that in another division, so we asked them to do a revisit. It was the Department of Human Resources. They didn't fully fund their employees, but they fully funded like their operations and travel. So I could put that request for that updated information when we do the revisit from the Office of the Prosecutor to see. I think really it's if there's someone in that position, they should be fully funded unless there's a transfer in the budget that they're gonna go to part-time. So I think that's an area that really frustrates me as a delegate, because they're hired and we can't play with that. I mean, that's people's livelihood, that's mental health, that's behavioral health, that's everything, that's good budgeting. So I'm gonna request that. So actually what I'll need also from DOJ, because I did highlight that you have several positions that are currently occupied, but you also, because you do that, can you just cross-reference that all of these positions that are occupied, that have a pro rate, are fully funded with your other accounts? I see an account is used or a K account. I just want that cross reference. If it's vacant, fine, you prorate it because you know you won't be able to hire them right away, but it's just really positions on hand that I'm looking at. And I think just with the information I have right here, it's not coordinating with your form that lets me know how you're doing cost share. So I'll raise that same request from the Office of the Prosecutor. It does look like from Form 1 of 15 that there was a decrease in the Office of the Prosecutor. It's a big decrease. Really, if I'm reading this right, it was $250,000 decrease in the Office of the Prosecutor. So let's check those numbers. Because the positions are still at 46. So I still don't understand, I don't understand how you have a difference of, nearly $500,000 in personnel expense, but we still have the same number of positions. So that might be why we see the prorating. And I would just need to make sure then, vacant probably should be prorated at lower amounts. And I did see the unmet need. Thank you. But I just want to make, they're all prorated. Yeah, we need to fix that. So that's something we'll need to fix at the deputy in terms of how we get those, and it's supposed to be 2088 unless they're doing any cost sharing. And that might give us a better, looking at their unmet need, we might have a better idea of what they need for their unmet need from the Office of the Prosecutor. Because what are the unmet need? Is the unmet need of the Office of the Prosecutor in the 5?
It's in tab 5, yes.
Okay, yeah. So I see that in tab 5. Yeah, because then that's where you see the salary adjustment, and I don't think colleagues, this is where, I don't know if it's supposed to go under salary adjustment, if you prorate their hours, is that the way they do it only? I'm just asking questions. So if they prorate under their unmet needs budget, page 6 of 15, then they're requesting a salary adjustment, so just let me know that that's the right way to do it. But I just need to get what amount they're requesting for their personal, for their community. So what they're asking for is, so personnel expense. So for salary adjustment, they want $664,226. And then step increase, these positions are not. Include the required pension. Okay, so they're asking for $912,195 for their unmet need for personnel. That's almost $1 million. So we need to understand how that, how this budget was put together. And understanding there's an unmet need, but if you have people, if you have employees and see that they looks like they had a 780,000 decrease. Let's see, where did that money go? Because you're getting rid of the Navajo attorney. And Department of Justice, your budget just increased by 32,000. So I just need to know, did the executive capture that? And like, where did they put that money? Because prosecutors are very important. So I would want to know, work with your budget team to know if they received that increase, then where did that money go? Because we're working on the same budget numbers from last year. So that's a concern. I mean, we could help with the unmet need, but to have almost $1 million in personnel, that's a huge find. So I just want to make sure we have those numbers right. And I did see a press release in terms of a union. I don't think our attorneys can be under the union, but I think regular employees should. We as a nation should make sure they're fully budgeted if they're in that position. Because I'm glad that they added the fringe benefit, but it's just like a domino effect when we're not fully budgeting, these employees. So Chair, that's the other thing. Mr. Tommy, did you get that? Okay.
Chairwoman, everybody, those concerns about budgeting the actual hours, it goes to the cost for budgets, including the office of the attorney general. So, not everybody's fully budgeted.
Right, that's what I asked, the personnel, because they do a share, that's where they get some ARPA money. But I don't know if everybody, because I was trying to look at the numbers, and be like, okay, if this is prorated, is there a share amount? So I just asked them to cross-reference, so that they're not in the same situation.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and everybody. Into the Department of Justice, I know that the FY 25 budget is budgeting general funds, nomination general funds. But I believe the committee has asked the past, at the beginning of this budgeting session, is to take a look at those external funds in comparison to how we're paying for the costs of operating, and also in this case personnel. So when we, members of the committee, this could be a part of the motion when we do revisit, is to ask the Office of Management Budget and the Office of the Controller to present those cost sharing opportunities from the federal dollars. Just so that we know how, one, how it's applicable to ensuring that these federal dollars are being utilized properly, and that they can co-mingle with our nomination funds. And those making sure we're following the federal ones, the ones that are, just proper budgeting and how we want to be accountable for the funds that we are allocating and making recommendations to the council. Harry, do you have any further comments, to those items? Oh, and then, while Chair is getting set up, I just want to state, I know it is 5:26, and for those, nomination employees that are here for the legislation for the Resource and Development Committee, we have been trying to notify, get in contact with the Resource and Development Committee. They are not available this evening, so I'll ask the committee if we can recess, once we get through the law and order committee legislation, and we will reconvene tomorrow. So I just want to notify those that are waiting for the Resource and Development legislation. Thank you. So Chair, Michelle.
Chair Parrish, I am good with a revisit on this budget. It also gives me the opportunity to go through it as well. And hopefully work with the committee on any issues or concerns that we see at one over committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Media Charles, for hearing the discussion so far. I'll go back to the committee.
Oh, I mean, you're gonna.
Would you like to respond to the department?
If they want, or if they want to wait for the revisit. Oh, we're ready.
Acting deputy,
Thank you, Madam Chair, appreciate that. Yeah, I did talk with the Office of Prosecutor behind me, they're here as well, and they did say that it'd be easier just to respond to all that and make sure that we're all on the same page. More than happy to respond to, and I think that your previous question of who's gonna be the point person to give you those answers to these legislative concerns, I would offer up my hand and say, I will take a look at these, because these are my concerns as well. I want to make sure that these are addressed and that we can go through those. And I've been on the job for about 2.5 weeks now, so there's a lot to even review on this. So, but I do appreciate your patience, but we'll start looking into this and look forward to next time having some thoughtful answers with regards to your legislative concerns. So thank you.
The General, the Department of Justice programs that are here to add some points of discussion and clarity. I will go back to the Budget Finance Committee for any further discussion or if there's any actions on this legislation. I'll go to Chairwoman Edward Nestor.
Well, we gotta wait for.
You want to read all of that?
Yes.
Not too bad.
I'll try.
We'll get certified and then we'll hear Steve go and read it into the record.
Chair Friday, would you like Mr. Dyer to read that and then proposed amendment language?
So, yes, Shanice, thank you.
Oh, good, Mr. Dyer.
Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, this is amendment one to legislation number 0174-2 for replace exhibit D with new exhibit D, which is the recommended conditions of appropriation and legislative concerns regarding business unit 104001, 104001, and 104001 with the Department of Justice. Renumber and reletter succeeding paragraph sections and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Service and the Office of Legislative Counsel are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and exhibit, including any needed adjustments to the dollar amount listed to implement the council's intent to improve this legislation as amended. This amendment supersedes inconsistent word in any other committee or council amendments, which wording shall be conformed to this amendment. Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, that is amendment number one read into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Toffey. Chairwoman Amber Constant, would you like to motion with the?
Yes, so I'd like to offer and motion that amendment. Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Sure.
Yeah, thank you. Members of the, is there a second to the motion? You, Mr. Rose, for, monitoring this. Okay, we do have a motion and a second on the floor, members of the committee. Are there any other questions to the amendment? Second call for questions. Okay, hearing none, Delegate Shirley Yasi, how do you vote? Delegate Shirley Yasi votes in favor. Chairwoman Amber Vanessa McCarthy, how do you vote?
I will agree with you.
Chairwoman Amber Vanessa McCarthy votes green. Council Delegate Lester Yasi, how do you vote?
Madam Chair, I will agree.
Delegate Lester Yasi votes green. We have two members also excused myself not voting. Motion to carry on amendment number one. Members of the committee, are there any other amendments to this legislation?
Who wants to?
Anyone have any further questions to the legislation?
Chair Shavisha, I'll motion to table and ask for a revisit. And if staff, so the Department of Justice, I think they stated 5 to 7 days. So our last day to hear is, well, it says the 25th, but I'm not coming in on the Saturday. So the 24th, we could hear a revisit from the Department of Justice.
Yeah, thank you, Chairwoman Amber Vanessa McCarthy. Members of the committee, there is a motion on the floor to.
Oh, no, it says 20.
There's a motion on the floor to table legislation 17424 for the Department of Justice to take a look at their budgets and then come back for a revisit to the Budget and Finance Committee before January 24th, 2025. Okay. And we have a second by Delegate Shirley Yasi. Members of the committee, questions? Hearing none, we'll go to, Mr. Todd.
Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, included in this table of legislation, which I have noted is have Office of Management Budget and Office of the Controller also do a breakdown on the cost sharing on the Department of Justice's budget as well. Part of the presentation.
I think the delegate Shirley Yasi was, yeah, they asked questions on the part of other cost sharing personal dollars. Okay, members of the committee, there's motion and seconds, and we'll go to roll call vote on the tabling of legislation 17424. Delegate Shirley Yasi, how do you vote? Delegate Shirley Yasi votes in favor. Chairwoman Amber Vanessa McCarthy, how do you vote?
I agree with you.
Yeah, thank you, Shannon. Chairwoman Amber Vanessa McCarthy votes green. Council Delegate Lester Yasi, how do you vote?
Madam Chair, I will agree.
Council Delegate Lester Yasi votes green. 3 in favor, 2 members excused, myself not voting. The motion does carry. We do have legislation on the report to has been tabled. Thank you, Department of Justice. We look forward to the revisit. The budget for, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. Do it, Poncho.
Members of the committee, I want to do one more last call for legislation on that is very short. One that is for the presenter of these legislations, because we have the sponsor, President Chairman Eugene Charles Newman. So I'm gonna do a last call for today's session. We have the Labor Commission present. Call for Labor Commission. Labor Commission did not respond. Okay, the Office of Hearings and Appeals, is anyone present to present the budget? Oh, and then I know we had this discussion earlier, actually, where the sponsor was requesting the Office of Hearings and Appeals to be present as well. So we'll do a revisit of the legislation.
Okay, I wasn't sure if she was on the line.
Oh,
I
they,
don't know if she wants her input, so.
oh, I can call, I did a call for them earlier, but they didn't respond online either. I can do one more call though for Office of Hearings and Appeals if they're on the call, if they're on the Zoom. Hearing no response, members of the committee, the legislation that is on our agenda with the sponsor, with sponsorship by Honorable Chairwoman Eugenia Charles Newton. We taken action on the ones where the presenters were available, and I have marked legislation 17624, legislation 17724. It's legislation 17524, as the presenter is not available. The committee has tabled legislation 17424 and 18324 for a revisit. So, members of the committee, for today's, for the work of the committee, we do not have the sponsor for, the Resource and Development Committee resolutions. And the legislation from Navikia is not ready. So members of the committee, is there a motion to recess for the day, or does anyone have any questions? Members of the committee, we did have responses from the Resource and Development Committee, and they will be present at tomorrow's Budget and Finance Committee meeting. So we will resume with Resource and Development tomorrow, and we'll work with the Law and Order Committee on those revisits and other scheduling items. But so far, I can make the announcement that to work with the Law and Order Committee resolutions at the earliest on Friday, but it will likely be pushed next week, next Thursday. So thank you to the Office of Management and Budget for being here with us. You know, we're so excited to get this budget going. Thank you so much, Ryan, for your work tonight. I'll go back to the committee. Would anyone like to have a motion to recess? Motion by Chairwoman Everton McCarthy, to go second to the motion. 75,000 delegate Lester Gottlieb to recess. Members of the committee, okay, for discussion. Hearing none, council delegates, Shirley Dr. vote 3, council delegate Shirley Dr. 3, Chairman Everett vote all 3. Yeah, thank you, Chair. Chairman Everett votes 3, council delegate Lester Gottlieb vote. Thank you. Delegate Lester Gottlieb votes 3, 3 members voting in the affirmative, myself voting, 2 members excused. The motion does carry. We are recessed at 5:37 p.m. Thank you, Chair Charles Newman. Thank you to the Office of Management Budget and everyone listening online. We will see you all tomorrow.